Damn, 233 people. This is going to be a good test. Gotta find shorts.
Chris is a woman beater. And I'm not going to argue. Black and white.
Oh, hey, what up, Dub? Did you find me in the shorts feed, bro? I'm trying to find it right now. Can't find it. Oh, you got a notification? I was trying to find it in the shorts feed, dude, because that's what I wanted. Because this channel is so small that not get anyone in here unless I do it. Get in the shorts feed. Yeah, I don't see it, man. It's not in the shorts feed, dude. I wonder if like the super small channels, they don't get put in the shorts feed. You like earn your way in there or something. See, this guy's got 5 people in his, but he's got 600 subscribers. So I think I have like 130 or something. This is kind of just a test, so probably just gonna end this, dude. If I could get in the shorts feed and get like a bunch of, more people in here, be a good conversation, but no, I just scroll through a bunch, can't find it in there. If you're subbed, it should appear. Is that how it works? I think I'm subbed. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, look. See, it's on there. Oh, it's this camera. But I don't know if it's shorts feed though. Oh yeah, it is. It just took a while to get in there. Yo, what's up, Aussie? How you doing? So how do you like it in Australia, bro? You know, Deb Anderson, she's in Australia too. So we're trying to talk workout stuff here. The title of the video is Eat Big, Get Big, or Eat High Quality Food, Get Big. I don't know if you guys even like to lift weights or not, but I've been trying to get back in the gym, dude. I've only been going like really like 3 days a week because I'm so busy, but I want to get back to going like 5 days. Because I could play a video or something. Let's see. I'm trying to think what video I could play. I was actually going to be editing up Carolina and Fort Worth's interview that I did with her, the full interview. I played parts of it in the documentary that I did, but I don't want to put the whole interview in until after the trial. And so now that the trial's over, it's like perfect time and also because she's hot right now. So I think it would be perfect. It'd be perfect for the DMA channel, but it's shadow banned. So I don't know, man. I don't know what to do. If I can just wait until after the 5th. I don't even know if it's going to be gone by then. So, or if I just drop it on the backup channel and try to get my friends to help promote it. It's all about the nutritional intake versus what your goals are for the workout. Nutritional intake. Yeah, I guess it's about your goals. If you're just trying to put on like a bunch of size, then you can just eat whatever you want. But like if you're trying to go for like the swimmer look, you know, I mean, it's usually eat big, get big, but like when I did that like bulking and then cutting thing, I just ate anything. I ate so much food, dude. I literally shit like 7, 8 times a day, bro. Like usually like 3 times because I was an electrician, so I'd shit like 3 times before I even like left for work in the morning. And then right when I got there, I'd shit. And then like I'd shit one more time a couple hours later. And like every 2 hours I was shitting, dude. Because I ate so much food. I probably ate like 6,000 calories a day. Like in the morning, I drink this protein shake, put like a banana, cracked egg. I put a scoop of the mass gainer protein, milk, whole yogurt, whole fat yogurt. I don't know how many calories it was, probably like 1,300, 1,500. And then I'd eat a snack for my break. And then I'd eat a full lunch, like a sandwich. And then I'd eat like a bag of chips, like a little bag of chips and like something else. And then I'd eat right when I got off work, something. And then I'd go home later and I'd eat dinner and then I'd eat like a snack before bed, like some, right before bed. And I got huge, dude. For me, for, only 5'7", I was like 178, but I was not lean though. And then I cut. Actually, I didn't really cut. I actually just got, I got the flu. I didn't eat for like 5 days. So then I just like cut. I think it's calisthenics, super strong, but not bulky, just ripped. Anatoly does some good prank videos in the gym. Dude, I love his prank videos, bro. I love those. They're hilarious because he's so skinny looking, dude. Well, because you notice he wears like baggy ass shirts and stuff though, too. So it makes him look skinnier because he's really not that skinny, dude. But he's not like big and bulky by any means, though, like those guys are. He's lean. He's just got strength. He does strength training rather than like big and bulky training because there's 2 different kinds of trainings. And I've heard different things. I've heard that if you lift heavy weights with low reps, like, you max out, like you go to failure like 6 to 8 reps, that puts on size. But I've also heard the opposite, that puts on strength, and that, doing like 20 to 30 reps is what puts on size. And for everyone's body's different, but from what my body responds to is, if I do like high reps, if I do like 20 plus reps to failure, that puts on size for me, but it doesn't really put on strength as much. Because I used to work out when I was younger. I used to do that like 6 to 8 reps to failure, and I got big and strong. I got both. But now I can't lift heavy weights because I'm older. And so I have to lift lighter weights, and I definitely can put on size, but I don't put on like strength gain. I mean, I do, but not as much. I think to put on strength, it's better for heavy weights. But calisthenics are good for like getting that kind of like cut, toned look. But here, this is the progression that I had. It's the thumbnail. So the one on the far left is like skin and bone. I think I weighed like probably like 140 there. And then in the middle, I actually only weighed like 145. So, but you can tell I'm a lot, I got more, like my chest is bigger. And then on the right, I actually weighed 165 there. So if I could get to like the muscle that I had on the right, but with the fat percentage in the middle, that would be like perfect, dude. Because I was a little bit too, like in the middle, I had like a 5% body fat, but on the far right, probably had like a 15% body fat or something. Wasn't like super lean. But that's the goal for me. Get like maybe 160 lean. Because I want to be like, I like being big and strong, but I don't like being like bulky. Like I'd rather be like, I like to be lighter and like agile, you know what I mean? Faster. I don't like to be like big and bulky. But I mean, there's benefits to both though. Like sometimes being big is good too. Heavier weights, low reps, fewer sets, full resets is what Google says for strength. Yeah, okay, I can agree with that. That's because that's what I used to do in the old days. I used to wait like at least 2 minutes in between each set so that it would be like full. I would, be ready to go all the way. But I just can't do that. But I can lift heavy weights, but by the time I get to a heavy weight, because I have to lift like super progressive weights. Like if I'm doing dumbbells, they have the dumbbells that go up 2.5 pounds instead of every 5 pounds. I have to do that. I have to like start out with like 5 reps and then stop, and then 10 reps, right? And then stop. And then like I'll do like, 20 reps and then stop. And then I'll go up 2.5 pounds, right? And then I'll do the same thing and then the same thing. So by the time I get to where like I'm lifting a heavy weight after all that, my muscles already tired from the warm up. So I'm not doing like, I'm not like curling heavy weight anymore. By the time I get to 20s, bro, like after doing it like that, I've done so many reps just to get to feel where like my bicep can lift a 20 that I'm only, do like 6, 7 reps by the time I get to 20s and I'm toast. And I probably could curl like a 30, but like I'd just hurt myself. You know what I mean? So I just don't lift heavy weights anymore, dude. But calisthenics are good though, dude. I like doing those. They're kind of like cardio too, throw in with the calisthenics. But I gotta like warm up for the warm up now. Like when I used to go to the gym and I play basketball for my warm up, get my own rebounds, and like dribble around. But like now I can't even do that, bro. Like I have to literally do the spin bike because it's super low impact, right? But it like builds me up so I can drip a sweat. I do about 10 minutes where I'm like dripping sweat and then my body's warm, do a little bit of stretching. Then I can play basketball. Because if I just try to play basketball without warming up, like I'll pull a muscle just from like a cut, or like I'm like, I'll jump or something, and then it pulls like a calf muscle. So I can't even do that anymore. So I got to warm up before the warm up now. So I do 10 minutes on that, and then I do probably like half hour basketball cardio. And then by the time I like get going, you know, then I can like move and I could probably play like a pickup game and compete, you know, because I'm in my 40s, bro. But I just do that and then I go lift the weights. I'll see, let's put some music on. I'll put some stuff on that is non-copyright. Can't even hear it. Oh, that's why. Cannot hear any music. Can you hear that? I have a family friend. What? Are you serious? I have a family friend who was a pro body builder and never actually lifted weights. Mind control. That's crazy, man. But no, I know. Can you hear the music though that I put on? It's gone now. That's crazy. I could see something like that because I believe in, and that's like kind of like a spiritual type thing. You know what I mean? Like a manifested thing. Yeah, I don't know what the heck's going on. It says it's playing right now, but I can't even hear it. I got the mic on this one. It's so weird. Put this back to 11. Like 11 is good. Super low volume. You heard it for a couple of seconds? Yeah, because I turned it up like way loud. Well, let me check my settings real quick for audio. See what I have. Output. Oh, that's why. MacBook Pro. There we go. Can you hear it now? Like kind of light in the background or no? Kind of just want it to be like faint. I don't want it to be like super loud and stuff. Put it on 9. Yeah, it's cool. It's all just a little bit in the background. Super mind control and spiritual. Yeah. I didn't know that you're into that stuff, bro. I'm totally into that, dude. You should subscribe to my channel. Check it out, dude. It's called Empirical Miracle. I've been like totally inactive on that one for a while, but I have like a lot of videos about stuff like that. I'm super into that stuff, dude. Okay, cool. Thanks. Right on, guys. Let's see. Turn it down a couple more. Put it on 7. Yeah, but I got like a goal. I'm gonna do trying to go for a 6-month goal. So if I do 6 months hard, if I can force myself to get in there for 5 days a week for 6 months. So by the time summer comes, I'll be close to like my genetic maximum. It takes about 3 years to get your genetic maximum, but the majority of your gains comes within that first 6 months though. Like if you're like at baseline, that first 6 months, you're going to grow and get way strong fast. And then after that 6 months, then like the progression is just very gradual for like the next like 2 years. It's like super slow. So you'll still I can still double that. What I get in 6 months, I can double that, but it's going to take like 2 years to get to that. You know what I mean? Instead of 6 months. But that's my goal, dude, because I've always wanted to do that. And like I stopped I stopped working out, but like I want to get to like my genetic maximum at least once in my life. I want to get as big and as strong as my genetics will allow for. So that's what I'm doing right now because I'm already 42 and like it's either now or never, dude. So I said I'm just going for it right now. Yeah, so I've heard about that. It's kind of like I heard of that insanity workout, you know? It's like kind of like insanity, like but with weightlifting, right? Where you just like stay working out the whole time. So like you burn more calories too to stay lean because you're constantly like, your cardio's up because you're constantly lifting weights. So yeah, I try to do that too, but like I've done that before. But the problem is like if the gym's busy, you can't do that because like you can't just go back and forth because you got to like wipe down the machine, wipe down whatever you're doing. You know what I mean? And like you can't do that, and it's more difficult. But if you're like the only one in there, then yeah, sometimes I will do that. Like I'll just go back and forth between stuff. Boy, I feel like I should no, because everyone has your genetics will only allow you to get so big, right? And so strong. So like everyone, I mean, you're not going to be as strong as an elephant ever, right? Like you can't just get as strong and big as, forever. Eventually you're going to hit your plateau. Like you're going to be, that's it. This is the maximum that my genetics will allow. So typically, yeah, you can always get stronger. I mean, the vast majority of times you can always get stronger and bigger, but that's what I'm saying. If you hit the gym 5 days a week and you're eating right for 3 years consecutively, and when you go to the gym, you're giving it your all, you're not just half-assing it, you'll reach in 3 years your genetic max. Like that's as big and strong as you'll get, and then from there on, it's just maintenance. So that's going to take me another about at least 2.5 years. So I've been working out now, but I haven't even been working out as much as I should. So at least 2.5 years for me to get to that. You do legs and shoulders on the same day? That's why you do them? I don't know, man. Like that's a lot. Because legs are a huge muscle group. When I do legs, it's just legs and that's it. I'm not doing anything else with legs because they're the biggest muscle group. And so like the thing people like, oh, well, maybe you should work out twice in a day, like work out once in the morning and then go back. But like, think about it. If you're doing that though, well, now you got to eat twice as many calories and twice as much protein too. You know what I mean? To fuel that workout. So that's why I don't agree with like the 2 a day things. Like once a day, man, like, you don't need to sit there all day for like 2 hours, doing it either. Like, 30 minutes, an hour max, and then you're out of there, dude. You don't really need to sit there for too long because like I'll do like shoulders. I'll mix shoulders with biceps, or I'll mix shoulders with back, or shoulders with tries. But I wouldn't mix shoulders with legs though. That's like too much. I think legs is like the only workout for me that's like its own workout. Like I'll do chest and tries because like if I'm doing bench press, that's also working your triceps because it's a compound exercise. So then I'll do triceps on the same day too. And I will do that too. Like I'll do like you're saying, like I'll do like a set of the bench press, and then I'll stop. I'll rack it, and then I'll do dips. I'll just get on the part that you're laying down on, and I'll do the dips from the back, though. You know what I mean? To work your triceps. So it's like it's working your triceps, and then you work them, isolate them like that. Small fiber tears will always grow muscle back stronger, not by leaps and bounds, obviously. Right. Well, I mean, that's what the workout is. I don't know what you mean by small fiber tears. Like, is there such thing as big fiber tears? But it takes 48 hours to heal from it. So if you want to, like, if you're really trying to work legs, you have to wait 48 hours, then hit them again. Separate muscle groups. No, only calves or hamstrings or quads, not the whole leg. Okay. I see what you're saying. Because like mainly for legs, I do leg press. Because I do squats sometimes, but I hate squats. It hurts my shoulder. I have a bad shoulder. I had a shoulder surgery, so it's not 100%, and never will be. And so when I put this position, it makes it unstable. So I don't really like it. So I do press, which it's not as good, but it's pretty good though. It's a close second. And then I'll do isolation on like other stuff, like for the side ones and then the growing muscle ones. And I'll do hamstrings too. But like calves are actually one of those muscles that you can hit like every day if you want. It's like abs. Calves are like abs. It's a different kind of muscle. You can hit them every day because you should hit abs really like at least 5 days a week. Same thing with calves. And I used to do, when I was locked up, I used to do calves like every single day because I was just locked in a cell all day. So I'd jump up on the desk and I just do calf raises. I did them every day, like, for like months. Dude, my calves were huge, bro. Like that's one thing that the things that are easy to grow on me are legs and chest are the two things that are good for me, especially calves. My calves get huge, bro. And I can always tell because like when I put on socks, if like they stretch out, when you're putting them on and like kind of like stretch them out, I'm like, oh, my calves are big right now. That's how you can tell. Well, I mean, it depends on what your goals are though, dude. Like cardio and lifting trade off every other day. Not necessarily though. Like if you have a really fast metabolism and your goal is to put on size, then you don't really want to do cardio, dude. Like, I mean, cardio is good for you. So maybe you do cardio once a day then, or not once a day, once a week, just, for your heart health. But if you're like a hard gainer, you're just skinny naturally, then you don't want to like do cardio that many days a week because then you're not going to get big because all that you're burning too many calories. In order to grow, you have to be in the calorie surplus, which means you have to be taking in more calories than you're burning. So if you already have a fast metabolism and doing cardio, it's going to be harder for you to put on size. But I mean, yeah, if let's say you're kind of chubby, you know what I mean? Well, then, yeah, then you could do that. I think that would be a good thing to do because you want to kind of lose weight too at the same time, Oh, snap. I haven't been to the gym for a long time, but I played semi-pro rugby. And like Dub said, it's a mix of everything for strength. Right on, dude. You played rugby? You played pro rugby, dude? That's badass, dude. Rugby is a cool-ass game. They're tough, dude. You got to be tough to play rugby, dude. It's like football, but without pads. It's kind of like football, but I mean, you obviously know. It's a mix of everything for strength. Yeah, I mean, you want to do muscle confusion, right? So you want to do everything. You want to do high reps and low weights, and then you want to switch it up and do low reps and high weights, heavy weights. And then you want to, you don't want to work out like chest every Monday. You know what I mean? Like switch that up. You want to switch the type of chest workout that you do up. You want to switch to calisthenics one day. You want to always switching it up because once you start getting into a routine and you do the same workout every time, like you're going to start plateauing. Your body gets used to it. It's like, oh, I know exactly what you're going to do. You're going to do this exact workout, this many reps and this weight. You know what I mean? So, because I've noticed when I was doing the same workout over and over, and then I heard about muscle confusion, I started switching stuff up. The next day I was sore again. I was like, oh man, I haven't been sore here in like a long time. And it was just because I switched something up. I changed one thing. Yeah, you should like, and people are like, oh, we should lift light weights for this and heavyweights for this. Well, you should be combining. If you want the whole package, you should combine both of them, all of them together. Yeah, right. Of course, yeah, that's how it works. Yeah, like you have a muscle. This is your muscle fibers, and then when you're working out, they tear, and there's like a gap in them, right? They tear. So, and then when they tear, then they fill in, and that's how your muscle grows. So they're like this, and then they tear, and there's a gap, and then you eat a lot of protein and calories, and then they fill in. And your muscle's bigger now, bigger and stronger. But you actually get a lot stronger before you get bigger. So you could actually gain a lot of strength without growing any size, and then eventually it gets to the point where like you're getting too strong, and now your muscles have to grow. Yeah, progressive overload, which is what I have to do now because I can't just go in. I used to go in because but that's another thing you could do for muscle confusion is like one day you'll start out, with light weights and gradually move up to heavy weights. But then another time you could, do a warm up, but then you start out with heavy weights and go down to light weights. You know what I mean? That's another thing you can do, but I can't do that anymore because it's just, I can't lift heavy weights like ever, By the time, like I said, by the time I get to a heavy weight, I'm too wore out from the warm up. I think I should play like a video or something, try to get people like to stay in here. Let me see what YouTube videos that I could play that would be what's hot right now. Should we play let's play this actually. This game's kind of got CJ Grisham. Well, let me turn the music off.
Press and get this whole Mata case thrown out. I truly believe that the judge in Mata's case was very fair, and I really think he has a good heart. I do. I'm really good. I'm fairly good at reading people. But anyway, so I don't want people to think that the whole system is just fucked and we're all screwed. There are bright spots. There are good prosecutors. I've got great prosecutors who I call them up and I'm like, hey, can we talk about this case? I'm like, I already know what you're going to say. Don't worry about it. I'm going to dismiss it. You're free to, you're good to go. There's detectives that I've called. I said, hey, I understand you're investigating my client. If you have anything going on or you need to talk to my client, just know I'm the attorney now. Hey, don't worry about it. CJ, we're not looking into these the allegations against her. There's no crime committed. She's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm like, oh, so I mean, there are bright spots.
Yeah, up here it's way corrupt.
Yeah. Hey, was there anything else? Because I got another person in the queue here.
Go for it. You're good. We can chat another time.
All right.
Just keep doing what you're doing, man. You're reaching one small person at a time, and that's all that matters.
I appreciate it. All right, take it easy.
I just put some in the chat.
All right, we got Diesel here. What's going on, Diesel? What's on your mind?
Well, number one, appreciate for what all you do, because I don't have a whole lot of faith in attorneys, and you're the one that I pretty much trust.
Well, I appreciate that. It's I became an attorney because I don't have much faith in attorneys. And
well, I was during.
I will tell you from the inside, I still don't have faith in attorneys. I think the entire. I think we've this job or this profession has got an image problem, and it's earned. I will just put it that way. And I just hope that I can show other people. This is what I want to do. Is I just want to show other people that it can be fixed, but it's going to take more than, you know, the 5 or 6 of us that I know of that do what I do here in Texas. I mean, we all know each other, and we're constantly throwing cases at each other, hoping that one of us can take
Brandon Mitchell,
because no one else will. Well, oh no, I'm sorry, I take that back. There are other attorneys that'll take the case, but guess what? It's going to cost you $25,000 or $40,000 or $70,000. Yes, I've heard as much as that. And we just need, and here's what I will tell those of you, and I don't mean to cut you off, Diesel, but those of you, when I first became an attorney, those of you thinking about becoming an attorney, you're like, well, wait a minute, you know, CJ, you do all this pro bono stuff, you do this, you know, low cost stuff. You know, it's expensive to go to law school. And for you, CJ, you know, you did the GI Bill, and you did, and I had VRE, what's called the Veterans Rehabilitation Education Program, that paid for my law school, so I didn't have law school debt. I can confirm to you, and I can pretty much promise you, if your heart is in this, even if you don't charge that much, I barely charge people, but because I'm not the kind of attorney that does what most attorneys do, which is bill hours, and that's how they make their money, is billing hours. And so of course they want as many hearings as possible, because the more hearings they have, the more money they make. Whereas me, I want as few as possible, because I've got a client who's facing a misdemeanor or felony, who's facing jail time, who's got this stuff hanging over their heads. They're on some bond and probation conditions until their trial. I either want the case dismissed quickly, or I want it to go to trial quickly, so I can get it behind my client. So it's not hanging over their heads. To me, it's not about billing. And what's interesting is, and I mean, I'm not going to be specific, but
you got off probation today, dude? Dang. Nice, man. Congratulations, bro, for completing that shit. How long were you on there for? How long were you on probation, man? A year? Okay, that's not bad. Which one was that for? Oh, what, dude? You have court tomorrow? You're going to miss on purpose. I don't think that's a good idea. You know what, dude? I wish that you and Direct D would get along. So I know that, like, I don't know why he doesn't like you, but I know that he thought that you were like trying to start trash between him and I. One time, but I don't know why you don't like him though. I have to. I'm going to be homeless. Got to get this case done so I can move out of the state. Yeah. But I mean, what do you mean though? You said you're not going to show up though, missing on purpose. I don't understand. Obstruction of justice for the tone of my speech. Oh, what? Let's watch that video. What? Throw it in here. Let's watch that. Let's see. dude, this land of the free stuff, like, dude, it's like an all-out attack right now on auditors. I mean, I just did a 16-day sentence. I did a 16 days on a 15-day sentence. You got Carolina that just got 30 days. You got Flex Your Freedoms that recently just got 10 days. You got Craig Hendry that just got 500 and something days, bro. Like, they're trying to make an example out of him, guaranteed, like, do not call flood up, type thing. But that's like crazy, dude. Like, just for, like, I can understand if he was like saying, hey guys, call in and flood them, flood their lines. But just like simply posting the phone numbers, we all do. I always do that. I always post the phone numbers. I mean, that's crazy, dude. Like, I don't have control over what they do. It's not illegal, but again, guys, it's not what's lawful. It's what the jury thinks, right? That's the thing. And there's so many bootlickers out there that they're just going to say, oh yeah, screw this guy. Cause that's what the DAs do. That's what they did in Carolina's case. I just talked to her today. And they said the same thing in my case, dude. And, oh, that's what the DAs, they say, or the U.S. attorney in my case. They say, oh, actually the DA in Colorado Springs too. I got found not guilty on that one though, but they always say in every trial I've been in, oh, he's trying to harass people and they're just here for YouTube money and clout. And I guess in Carolina's case, he was saying, how would you feel if you were just trying to, go about your day and someone came and shoved a camera in your face? And like, or if you were just trying to work at your job, because, she was scoring the police, you were just trying to work at your job and people shoved a camera in your face. And it's like, this guy, the district attorney, swore an oath to the Constitution. He's not sitting here reminding the jury that, hey, the police officers, it's a well-established case law, with the Supreme Court and all over the country, that you can record police officers in the course of their duties. So it's not like going to like McDonald's while you're trying to work, or going to, corporate office, if you're a corporate executive or something like that, and like going into their personal office and recording them. Like, that's what they're trying to make it sound like. It's manipulation. It's not the same. It's government, yeah, clearly we can't go into like, some office buildings over here down the road, Denver Tech Center, and just go in there and start recording people, dude. Like, yeah, we understand that's not what we're even trying to do. It's different between government and private. It's not the same. That's the whole point of what we do, people. Like, but they just manipulate people. And these people, like, these, dumbed down, drinking too much fluoride in the water idiots, right? On the juries, and they're, oh yeah, that does make sense. What if I did go to my job where I work at, Cisco, and somebody came into my office and started recording me? I wouldn't like that. Yeah, but come on, dude. Like, we're not doing that. That's private. You know what I mean? But that's what they think. Like, oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, she is just antagonizing and people for clicks and views and trying to just make money on YouTube. Like, I don't know how much money Carolina makes, but I can tell you one thing. It's not that much, dude. It's not like she's balling out of control from YouTube, dude. Like, there are people that ball out of control. Yeah, like Lackluster. Okay, like the civil rights lawyer. That guy makes, I estimated he's making like $100,000 a month on his views. But then that's how you tell. You look at the views. Like, look at Carolina's views, and she has some videos that have a ton of views, but like, that's not consistent for her. She's not like balling out of control. Like, the vast majority of people that do this, it's not because we're like trying to make all this money on YouTube and YouTube clout and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, YouTube clout, what are you even talking about, dude? Like, we're hated. Like, most people can't stand us, just like you can't stand us, dude. Like, we're the minority. Okay, here's the video. Okay, cool. Let's play that. Shoot, I can't do it that way though. Here, I'm gonna have to go in here like this. Watch. For whatever reason, on the StreamYards, it doesn't let me do it, but I can do it on my phone. Wait. Oh shoot, that link's not working, bro. Oh no, it doesn't work on here. Can you text it to me, bro? Do you have my phone number? Or you can email it. Because if I have it like outside of this, I guess links in here don't work, dude. on the vertical live streams. I guess they don't work. Yeah, and I agree with that, dude. I don't like chili either, but that was not. I don't wish that upon him. You know what I mean? That wasn't cool. You know, the reason they did that, part of the reason too, is because he called that cop in there a pig. And I actually thought that was pretty funny, but it was not a very good move though. Like when you got, you know, this judge, your life in this judge's hands like that, I wouldn't do that. Which is the reason why I'm purposely not doing things right now, you know, because I have other stuff coming up. I don't want to make it worse for myself. You know what I mean? I don't like, you know, as much as people say, oh, you're just trying to get arrested. Like, dude, if you only knew the amount of work that I purposely do to not get arrested, to make sure I don't get arrested or I don't get sentenced to jail or more jail, like, trust me, dude, like, I do not want to I'd rather just never get arrested. I mean, yeah, of course, if I get arrested, I'm going to try to file a lawsuit and sue you, but it's not like my goal. I mean, dude, I have a couple lawsuits right now already, and I can't get an attorney to even represent me. I'm not doing it pro se. I've been searching for attorneys. No one wants to take it. You know why? Because civil rights attorneys are so overloaded. That's the problem. That's how you know there's a problem with, you know, police misconduct, because there's so many cases out there that civil rights attorneys are overloaded. So they're not going to take your little, you know, oh, you got arrested case. You know what I mean? Like they want to take the case where, you know, you got tased and you got your shoulder dislocated or something, because they can make more money on it, because they can be selective now, right? Okay, you have me on Messenger. Shoot me on Messenger, bro. Oh, dude. I don't know how the Australian jails are, bro. But like, really, honestly, I heard that like a lot of the third world, some of them third world jails are like terrible, but some of them are actually nice if you're rich, if you have money. Like some, like the Mexican jails, like if you got money, dude, your like family can come in there and like they can like do your jail sentence with you, and like you have like money on the streets, or not on the streets, but in there. And like if you got enough money, I mean, you can live comfortably in there. You know what I mean? You can have like your own little area, and, you know, good food and stuff. But oh, dude, and I can attest to that, bro. Jeffco, I've been to Arapahoe, I've been to Denver, I've been to Douglas County. Those are the three that I've been at. Jeffco is by far the worst, dude. And the reason it's the worst is because when you go there, and I heard this before too from other people, they put you in max like automatically, dude. And you have to be there for at least 30 days. Is it 30 or 60 days before they reclassify you to a medium or a minimum? So it's maximum. I think it's 60 days. You're already there in maximum for 60 days. And the food's bad. The food's worst of all the food. I mean, all the jail foods were bad, but like that, it's really bad there. And it's they make it purposely bad because it's the same food that you get in all the other jails, but like the other jails will add a little bit of salt at least. They don't add like any salt. On dinner, they add a little bit of salt, but like for breakfast, the potatoes they give you, no salt whatsoever. It's just straight up potatoes. You just eat it just so you can like not be hungry. It's gross though. What I used to do is just save them. So I don't eat that lunch meat, that disgusting bologna or whatever. I don't eat it, bro. I'll trade it for something else. I'll trade it for like bread. I don't care. I won't eat that crap. But I'll save the mustard that they gave me, and I'll just throw it in a chip bag that I had, and I'll just make like a potato salad with it. So I just throw mustard on the potatoes, a little bit. But once I got some commissary, dude, I got salt. I bought salt and I bought hot sauce. Food was fine. I was like loving it after that. Hot sauce, dude. Okay, sent on Messenger. Okay, I'm gonna check it. Adams, Arapahoe, Denver City, and El Paso. I'll leave it at those 4. See, I've never been to El Paso. I'm hoping that I don't have to go to El Paso because I have trial coming up at the end of January, dude. And I hope they're not going to sentence me to jail. It's for that that case. Actually, I'm not even going to say anything on here. Okay, hold on. Let me I'm going to check out this video. We're going to play this. Okay, hold on. Okay, we'll skip this one. I don't even think I've seen this video yet. Let's see. Oh no, I already have it liked. So yeah, I've actually seen this already. I just got to refresh my memory, I guess. Hold on. Is there audio? I can't hear audio. Okay, yeah. Okay. Sorry. So he's taking the pictures of the screen there, the computer screen. Disturbance, unknown call in Kansas. Who's a Gardner? Yeah, Gardner, Kansas. January 23rd, 2022, 5 This might be the one I saw, actually. That one pissed me off. It's the one where you took the plea deal, right? Skip to 2 minutes. We'll just let it play, dude. Your son lives in Colorado? Which part? What city? Does your son does he know about me? Does he like 1A audits and stuff? Yeah, it's crazy. If he got a DUI, he can't go to Canada. Is it the same? Oh, you took this one all the way to a bench trial? I could have swore you said unless it's not the same video. It looks like the same one. I thought you said that you took a plea deal on this. Okay, maybe I was wrong, though. Hey, She'll Slip Your Punches is in here. What's up? Yeah, I did see this one.
Suck my dick. Write me another fucking ticket. Who are you?
Monster Kelly. I talked to you before.
Oh yeah, you're a good guy. I forgot.
Oh,
This guy is actually a good guy.
I was just going to say hi to you, man. I wasn't trying to run you off.
Airbos.
I'm bleeding, so I don't want to touch
No, airbos.
you. If you can, please. Just try
No,
to-
honestly, public sidewalk, bro. Fuck off.
If you're willing to stay out here,
Public sidewalk, bro. Fuck off.
See, again, guys, Brandon Mitchell took this all the way to a bench trial. Well, bench trial. Why'd you take it to a bench trial? You couldn't get a jury trial? Oh, plea deal on the one before. Yeah, you want to do jury trial, though. Bench trial is a guaranteed conviction. I've already done 2 bench trials because my attorney messed it up. It's a guaranteed freaking guilty.
Way to slam that thing in gear, bro. You're gonna tear up our vehicles.
You don't want to tell me where your son lives? That's cool. It's on the internet, dude. Oh, misdemeanors are force bench? Dang, bro. That's like a bust, man. That's an automatic thing that you have against you right there. And they know that, so they're more likely to just arrest you then. Near dubs, okay. Yeah, you can get it. You can get a 3 or a 6 in Colorado. You want to always get a 6 though. The only difference is you got to pay like a slightly more money. It's only $25 for a 6-man jury trial though.
At least there's actually an American flag on his car.
Dang,
Car number
bro.
123. Apparently doesn't know how to drive very well.
They're on one
We
over
got
here.
it unmarked.
They're on one in Colorado, that's for sure, bro.
Oh, Officer Kelly.
And I just know that from visiting Massachusetts.
You go to the hospital? I wouldn't take you anyways.
That American flag looks kind of weird though. It's not like a real American flag. I mean, if this isn't the epitome of, you know, not obstructing and recording on a public sidewalk, dude, I don't know what is. I'm not gonna see if he went on their property and was trying to, you know, get in their way. But it just goes to show. It's funny because, you know, you see those episodes of Cops and they're like right in there, man. You know what I mean? It's totally fine, but some guy with a cell phone, like standing, look how far away he is, like 30, 40 feet. All of a sudden, that's an issue.
This guy appears a dick.
It doesn't actually prevent them from doing their job. It's just,
noted.
they just don't like you there. Because, you know, the big mainstream news camera, the big shoulder mount camera guys can be, you know, 2 feet away from you. That doesn't prevent them from doing their job on the episodes of Cops, right? But little old Brandon Mitchell here with a cell phone, you know, 20 feet away, that's obstruction.
Why'd you slam that car in the park? You know, tear up the transmission.
And see, they don't like it because Brandon starts, you know, giving them crap about slamming it in the park, but that's true. I mean, these are our cars. It's not his personal car, dude. If you want to do that to your own personal car, fine. But, you know, you do that kind of stuff, and yeah, we have to pay for it, dude. There's not, and some people, like the trolls, will be like, oh man, you're just antagonizing him. Like, no, man, that's a legitimate thing to say. Don't be slamming the thing into park, man. Like, you're right. Because they don't care. It's not their vehicle. They don't have to pay for it. And it gets messed up, then just get a brand new one. They don't care. So it's a legitimate thing to be concerned about. And that's why they arrested him, because he's giving them crap about the way he's handling our vehicles. I wish that more people would just see things the way we see them, because they don't see it that way. And it's just like so clear to me.
Yeah, I figured you don't want to answer that question.
And even if the victim's on camera, I
Why'd you
mean,
slam that car in the park? Why'd you slam that car in the park? Why'd he slam that car in the park? No, you guys don't know how to answer? You just don't want to answer. Don't want to be accountable? Transparency is nothing to you guys?
And even if the victim is in the frame, I mean, I'm gonna try. He's not trying to record the victim, but if they're in the frame, dude, I mean, it's public, dude. I mean, look,
So why'd you slam that car in the park, bro?
there's probably a whole bunch of people. This is like a really nice neighborhood. I bet you that every single residence here has a doorbell camera. So they're already on their camera too. You know what I mean? How come that? So when they say, "Oh, you're recording the victim," I bet you $100, dude, that the house directly across from them has a doorbell camera that's recording them too. You know what I mean? Like, who cares if the victim is on the camera, dude? Like, seriously, who cares? That's my opinion. Some people might disagree, but that's what I feel. Who cares?
Hey, Four Eyes. What's your name? What's your badge number?
Me Four Eyes.
What's your badge number? Can't see it. What's your badge number? I'd like to file a complaint on the way you're driving in these vehicles. You slammed that thing into park, man. You're going to ruin these transmissions. I help pay for those. You help pay for those. You should take more care. You should take better care of them. Oh, if it breaks down, we'll just get a new one, right? Cost the taxpayers more money. What's your name? Are you going to verbalize it? Maybe I can't read. Oh, you don't care about disabilities. Huh. Did you hear that, guys? Officers do not care about disabilities in this town.
That's true. So, like, there's a couple reasons on my theory, at least, why the vast majority of police departments are required to identify. And one is because people do actually impersonate police officers. So that's number one. That's the main reason, I think. And the other reason is because there are people with disabilities who are illiterate in the United States. And so the Americans with Disabilities Act requires local governments to make reasonable accommodations for those with disabilities.
Fucking bitch.
Now, don't get me wrong. This is definitely not a Long Island audit style audit, dude. Like, yeah, I mean, I'll admit it is a bit antagonistic, but he does have some good points, man. Like, he's not just saying stuff just out of the blue. I mean, you can't just go and just slamming the vehicles in park like that while they're moving and stuff. That does mess them up. And then that's a legitimate concern. Say, hey, let me get your name and badge number. And they just completely ignore you, dude. So not okay. And not everyone has to be Long Island audit, guys.
My hands are in my pockets, guys. Might want to tackle me, put your knee on my throat till you become dead or something. Guys, come on. No, talking to you is speech.
Yep.
What's his name and badge number? What's his name and badge number? I just want his name and badge number. All right, I'm walking away. I'm walking away.
You are now under arrest.
I'm walking away.
Behind your back.
All right, let me put it in my pocket. Let me put it in my
I will
pocket.
take care of it.
So the only thing that I would have done different, bro, on that, literally the only thing is when they say, hey, you're under arrest, just go with it, bro, because you're not getting out of it at that point. So just be like, okay, fine. And just, I'm getting arrested. That's the only thing. Otherwise, it was all good. But yeah, when he said, oh, no, this is free speech, I can talk. That's true, man. Like, gosh, dude, like, I can't believe it. I don't know who your attorney was, bro, but like, there's case law, dude. So in Colorado, we have 2005 case. It's Dempsey versus People, which states that because in Colorado, like most states, it has to be physical, right? Or an obstacle. And it says the Dempsey versus People says that an obstacle can't be verbal opposition, right? Has to be something physical. Can't just be merely verbal opposition, because police officers say that all the time. You're distracting me. You're interrupting me. I have to take my attention away from this and focus on you, right? Like if they have ADD, that's not on you, bro. That doesn't mean that you're obstructing now. So I don't know what the Kansas interference law is. Is that what they charge you with, interference, bro? But there's also case law that's United States Supreme Court case law. It's Houston versus Hill, which says that essentially it says that you like interruption or distracting a police officer is an obstruction, because there was 2 civil liberties activists, and I don't think they weren't auditors. That was kind of like a long time ago, but they were activists, and one of the guys was getting arrested. And so his friend started yelling and screaming, trying to literally, he was trying to distract the officer so his friend wouldn't get arrested. And they arrested him for obstruction because he was distracting them. And so it went all the way to the Supreme Court, and they ruled that distraction can't be obstruction, because think about how much discretion that gives them. Oh, well, now, this guy's got too bright of a shirt on. It's distracting me. You know what I mean? That guy's got a crazy limp. That's a distracting. You know what I mean? That could just say anything's distracting now. That's ridiculous. And so it's unconstitutional. And there's still tons of states and tons of city ordinances that have that. You can't interrupt an officer. Texas has one. You can't, like people say, some laws will say you can't oppose an officer. You can't interrupt or distract. And I don't know verbatim what the Denver city ordinance says for interference, but it's something along those lines that you can't like interrupt them or something like that. And my attorney said that if somebody gets arrested for obstruction in this Denver city ordinance code, that's an easy slam dunk win. And he's not, of course, not telling us to get arrested, but he's saying if somebody does get arrested for that, we can make case law, because that's an easy slam dunk case, because there's already a well-established case law that doesn't work. So that's why I'm saying, bro, that one would be one worth appealing, bro. Like, because of the fact that there is a case law. And I hope that maybe your attorney didn't know about that. Christopher Kalberg. Yeah, man, he obviously doesn't know Houston versus Hill then, man. Is a Texas case law case. Yeah, but it's Supreme Court, bro. It started in Texas, but it's the United States Supreme Court. Hold on, guys. I'll be right back. Yeah, it says Texas, but because it started in Texas, so it'll say Texas, but it's Supreme Court. Oh, that's what you meant? Texas still has laws to the contrary of this Supreme Court of the United States ruling? Okay. Because you said Houston v. Hill is a Texas case law case. I don't actually know Houston versus Hill. I don't know where it is. I don't. Is that what it is? Houston, Texas? Houston versus Hill? Is that where that comes from? Or is the cop's last name Houston? I don't know. Yeah, dude, man, that's the thing, dude. Like these attorneys, man, you get screwed by these attorneys, dude. They don't know, like, if they're not a civil rights attorney, you know, if they're just like a regular criminal defense attorney, sometimes they mess up, dude. Like you have to, especially if you got a public defender, you have to teach your defender. You have to tell your public defender what to do. And I've been helping that guy out. That's out here in Inglewood. He's a brand new channel. The Real Constitution Keepers or something like that. He got arrested here in Inglewood, man. It's a big old case, and I've been helping him. He reached out to me before he even dropped any videos on YouTube or anything, and I'm telling him, dude, like, dude, you have to tell your public defender. I was telling him the case law, the Dempsey one. I was like, you have to tell your public defender this and tell her what to say. She has to do what you tell her to do. And if you don't, you're screwed, bro. Like, he was like, oh, she doesn't really know what she's doing. I was like, yeah, because she's brand new. She just graduated to law school. That's why she's working there. She's not going to stay there after she gets her feet wet. She's going to go work for a firm and make more money. Houston is the city. Hill is the guy they charged. Okay, yeah. So it's Texas. Oh, dude, that's crazy then, dude. Okay, so now I see what you're saying. So it is from Houston, Texas, yet the state, I don't know what they call them in Texas. We call them Colorado Revised Statutes, but I don't think they call them something else. But they still have it because I read the obstruction law when I did the Carolina and Fort Worth documentary. And it's something vague like that, dude. Like, I can't remember what it says, but it's something stupid, man. I brought it up in the documentary, but dude, I would love to go to law school, bro. Like, if I had like a bunch of money, we got Denver University right here. It's a private school, but it's like where all the big time attorneys go. It's like the top of the line law school out here. I would love to go to school and be an attorney, dude. Like, I'm smart enough. I know I'm smart enough to graduate law school and be an attorney, but I definitely would not graduate top of my class. I'd graduate like the bottom of my class, which is fine. You know, like they say, like, what do you call a doctor? What do you call a med student that graduated bottom of his class? You call him a doctor, right? Because, I mean, most like doctors and lawyers have like an IQ of like 130 or higher, which is really smart. I mean, it's like 130, you're already at like, you know, like it's like 20% of the United States population. You know what I mean? It's not very many people have that, maybe even less. Then you get to like 140, now you're looking at like 10%. 150 is like 2% or something, dude. But like a lot of them are like that. They're like 130, 140 IQs. They're really smart. Same with lawyers. You can tell just by having a conversation with them. So I know what my IQ is, and it's like, you know, it's average. Like, there's usually like, if you have an average IQ, like it's 95 to 105 in the United States. But I mean, really it's like 90 to 110, but most are 95 to 105. So if you have like a 110, you know, that's like the very high end of average. You could be an attorney. It's just, you're not going to be like whizzing through everything. You know what I mean? Oh, thanks. She'll slip your punches. I have my moments. You know what I mean? Like when I do my city council public comments and stuff like that, I got my moments. But it depends. Like when I'm like in my element and I'm not nervous, I can be really good and I can flow. But there's a lot of times that I stutter a lot. And you guys probably noticed that. And it's not good for like litigating. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, I do have my moments though. I think if I got, you know, my feet wet and was in the courtroom, like it would take a while, but I'm too old now. It's definitely not something I'm going to pursue. If I started now, I'd have to, by the time I got done with all my schooling, I'd be, you know, 50 and just starting a career at 50 like that. I mean, I guess you could. I mean, if I live till 80, you know, because I don't really want to retire and just like, you know, be vacation. Like that's the last thing that I want to do is like, okay, I worked my whole life and now I want to retire and go travel and relax. Like I don't want to do that. Like I do not feel satisfied on vacation. Like I feel satisfied putting in work and like accomplishing things. That's what makes me feel good. Not like if I'm like on vacation and stuff, like a forced vacation, like I feel like anxious because I'm not accomplishing anything. You know what I mean? And I only felt that way since I started my activism though. Like when I was like an electrician working for other people, oh yeah, I couldn't wait to take a vacation. That's not satisfying. But like now, like I have an agenda. I want to create case law, even though case law does nothing, and we all know that. But I just want to say that I did it. Not case law like I created, you know, in the wrong way. Good case law. But again, even, you know, court versus United States, it doesn't matter. Like I still believe that I should be able to take pictures in there. So I went down fighting for something that I believed in, and I got, you know, I did 16 days locked in a cage for it, and I'm still on federal probation right now for it. Luckily, my probation officer is pretty cool, but yeah, dude. If I mean hindsight's 2020, right? Like, yeah, if we could start back when we just graduated high school, you know, knowing what we know now, definitely would have taken a different path. But you know, back then I was too immature to even care about anything like that. You know, like all I wanted to do when I was 18 was just go party and have a good time. All right, does anyone have another video for me to play? I was actually pretty thankful that Kruger got fired. But you know what's I talked to Carolina today. You know what she said to me that really struck a chord with me? Because she said that a reporter called her cell phone and asked her, she said, hey, you know, Kruger got fired. What's your opinion on that? And she said she almost didn't even answer the phone because she thought it was, you know, spam or whatever. And she said, I don't know. I have to think about that. And they were talking about other stuff. And then she said, you know what? I guess my response to that is, what took so long? And why did he get fired right after I got done with my trial? Wow. Right? Exactly. They waited until after her trial to fire him. Because if they had fired him before, well, that would have helped Carolina, right? See the corruption, guys? Like we know that you're a piece of trash, bro, and we're gonna fire you. But we're only gonna fire you though because we have to, because this is made, you know, national news, and there's, you know, probably a combined million views on YouTube, and we're getting dozens of phone calls, and like we have to do something, because if we don't fire you, it's just gonna make it worse. So like we don't want to fire you, bro, but we have to. But we're at least gonna wait till after the trial so that, you know, we don't help her. You know what I mean? That's what it is, bro. Like that's how bad it is. It's how disgusting it is. I can't stand that, man. They're pieces of trash, dude. Texas, Fort Worth, Texas, they're trash over there, dude. They're bad. And like I said, I've been in Massachusetts, I've been to New Hampshire. You know, every place has their bad apples, but they're not that bad though. Like they're not that bad. They're bad. Everyone's bad, but they're not that bad. Colorado's bad, right? And like Fort Worth, Texas is bad. I've dealt with them. They're just like Colorado. They're just can't stand anyone who has a camera. They can't just stand people asking questions. They're just rude, you know, violent. They're the same as Colorado. And I'm going to be doing more traveling. I mean, I'm going to go to California. I'm going to be going to Kentucky. So So yeah, this is the official announcement. I will be going to Kentucky with DirectD. And we're not going there for public safety. It's not about him. We have other business there. Yeah, oh, it's a Texas Penal Code. That's what it is. Yeah. Everyone has their different things that they say. And like, you know, it's funny because I was, you know, doing on the DMA 2.0 channel, I was doing like the reviews of my videos, and it started with the very first ones. And I was like, hey, what's the penal code? What's the penal code? But there is no penal code in Colorado, right? It's called different things, but I just didn't know. I didn't really know much when I first started at all. But you don't have to know much to have an impact. You know what I mean? I mean, a lot of those older, really brand new videos got a lot of views, but you just learn as you go. And that's okay. That's how I did it. The Aurora police chief finally admitted they arrested 14 Venezuelan gang members related to those apartments. No, I didn't hear that, because they were saying that was all a scam and it was all fake and everything else, right? Because Ron Durbin came out here with the other dude, his partner, I can't remember his name, and we did some recording together. I got a video I'm going to drop with them. But again, I'm super behind on my editing, but like that one needs to go up soon because I actually got a pretty good one there. But yeah, they're all saying, oh, it's fake, and you know, and that's not actually happening. But that city council member from Aurora, that lady, she kept pushing, no, you know, this is going on here in our city. And I reached out to her and wanted to have her up on my show, but you know, they see me and they probably check out my channel. Like she's like, oh no, I don't want to be a part of that. You know, I want to tarnish my reputation or whatever, you know. Again, it's sad, dude. It's kind of like defeating, you know what I mean? I'm getting to the point now where it's like, it's kind of defeating. It's like, I'm too far in it now I'm not turning back now, you know what I mean? But it's like, I didn't know when I first got into this and a lot of people don't know. A lot of the people that are supporters like you guys don't know. And I didn't know. I thought that people just loved us and we were the good guys. And I remember Sweet Tea telling me this too. She was like, you know, because she was newer and I'd been in here doing it for a while. And she's like, no, most people like what we do. It's just that some people don't. And I was like, no, you're wrong. Most people can't stand us. And we're a minority, a small minority. And she didn't believe me. And then, you know, after a while, she finally admitted, she's like, yeah, you're right. We're the minority. Most people hate us. And it's true, man. And it's just sad because we're not trying to just like we're not here for like clicks and views. Of course, we're here for clicks and views. Yeah. But that's not like the thing. Like the majority of us would just love to be out of business. I would. I mean, literally, if government worked the way it's intended to work, I would love to not have a YouTube channel and I would love to just be able to, the cops be nice and respect my rights all the time. You know what I mean? And public officials treat me with respect if I go in and want to document my own interaction with government by recording it. You know what I mean? Just not even mention the camera or make a big deal about it. That would be fine. I would be totally cool with not having a YouTube channel in exchange for that. But people don't see it that way. They think, oh, you're just trying to abuse your rights. That's what they say. You're abusing your rights. You can't abuse your rights, man. But even so, that's not what we're doing. I'm not trying to abuse my rights. You know, I'm just trying to exercise them. Oh, you keep getting timed out on Ron's channel? Oregon, where it's like super rainy. I heard it's nice up there in Oregon. I've never been there, but I know people that have been there. I wouldn't mind going to Oregon and checking it out. You gonna let me stay at your pad? You gonna host me? If you host me, would consider it. Stay there with you and your husband. I am not respecting other people's rights. Which right is that though? So there's 27 amendments. So which right is it that I'm not respecting by taking pictures in public space? I mean, it's definitely very green there. Like the trees, I saw pictures of trees. They're like, you can't even, my full wingspan, you couldn't even wrap your hand. They're wider than that. They're huge trees because of all the moisture there. But I mean, you probably get a lot of, your cars rust all out pretty easily, right? Like that kind of stuff. Oh, of course. Okay. I'll consider it. I still have Kentucky, and then I have California next. We're not married yet, DMA. Who's not married? Oh, you're not married to She'll Slip Your Punches? She'll Slip Your Punches. Does your husband like my videos too? The right to go in a government building without being filmed by people just standing around with no business being there. Okay, well, I said there's 27 amendments, so it sounds like you're kind of just making something up. Can you refer to which amendment of the United States Constitution gives you the right to not be filmed by someone standing in a public building? Because I'm all about education. Seriously, I'm not trying to be like facetious or anything like that. So if you can tell me the actual law or the actual amendment that gives someone the right not to be recorded in a public building, I want to be educated. So I'm not sure that that's an actual right. So when you say that, I'm infringing upon others' rights, I don't think that you're correct on that. So that's the whole point of what we do, right? It's to make sure that people's rights are respected, because if you don't use your rights, then you don't have rights. So if you don't know your rights, you don't have rights. But not only that, if you don't exercise your rights, you definitely don't have rights. It's like a muscle, what people say. So like I always say that, you can't just drink protein shakes to get buff. You actually have to exercise. The protein shake only helps you in building muscle and strength, right? It's the same thing with the Constitution. The Constitution is the protein shake. Without exercising the rights, they're just laws written down on a piece of paper, and that's it. Give me one that says you can. They did not have cameras when the First Amendment was written. Well, the United States Supreme Court has ruled very clearly that the press and taking pictures or video is protected by the First Amendment. There's Katz versus United States. There's Glick versus Cuniff. There's Smith versus Cummings. There's Turner versus Driver. There's what is it? Irizarry versus Yahaya. I mean, there's way more. There's tons and tons and tons of case law. I just gave you a handful right there that says that I can. So you said, give me one that says that you can. I just gave you like 5. And Mike, I'm not trying to, I am not the press. Okay. So here we go. I'm not the press. What defines press then? Okay. Because I know you're going to say, oh, well, you got to work for Channel 7, right? You got to work for CNN. Okay. So the reason why It doesn't matter that they didn't have cameras back then. The Supreme Court has already ruled, and district courts, circuit courts have already ruled that the press taking pictures, even though they didn't have cameras when the First Amendment was written, is protected under the First Amendment. So that doesn't matter. It evolves, right? Just like you guys say. They didn't have cameras back then. Well, it evolves. And there are people that interpret the law, the judges, that make those decisions. I mean, case law and the Constitution, it's all based on someone's interpretation of the law, of what it should protect. That's what it goes, someone's opinion. And so the judges, their opinion is that it's protected. So, but yeah, we always have to evolve, right? I mean, we can't just go off of, 1776. I mean, or whenever the Constitution was written, right? That's not going to work, clearly. So, but I was saying something and then I kind of lost track. I'll think of it. Oh, he said, I'm not the press. So a lot of people say that you have to work for CNN or Channel 7 or Channel 9 or whatever. So people talk about press passes, and government doesn't give you press passes. Press passes are given by the affiliates in which they work for. And the reason for that is because government can't give you permission to do what you have a right to do. That would be like them saying, hey, here's a pass for free speech. Here's a pass, here's a credential so that you can say fuck on a sidewalk. You know what I mean? Like, they can't give you permission to do that. Otherwise, it's not a right. Now, press passes are legitimate. Like, you do need a press pass. Let's say if I'm trying to go into the locker room at a Denver Broncos game, I can't just go in there with my cell phone and be like, hey, I'm free press. Right? Number one, it's private, right? And they're not going to just let you in there. Okay. But we're talking public, right? Which is, City Hall, police station, sidewalks. So yes, we're press. Everyone's press. Okay. The First Amendment, when it protects press, it's protecting how many people do we have here? 300 and something million, right? All 300 and whatever million people are press. Everyone's press. You don't have to work for a news affiliate. You can be independent press. Okay. This is not up for, debate or interpretation. This is a fact, Mike. Everyone's press, your press. If you want to pick up a cell phone and go record something and say that you're press and publish it somewhere, that's your right to do that. You don't have to get permission to do it. If you want to take a pen and paper and you want to write down an article, right, and post it somewhere on your own website or wherever you want to, that's your right to do that. You don't have to have a credential to post an article, right? You don't have to have a credential to record and post a video or take a picture and post it. Okay. And that's a misconception that you're not unique in this, Mike. A lot of people think that, oh, you're not press because you don't work for Channel 7. Yeah, Channel 7, they're press. They're the mainstream news, but there's independent media too. So that's just incorrect. And that's what we're trying to change. We don't want people to think that way, that you're not press because you don't work for Channel 7. Yeah, see, so she was thinking the same way I was thinking. And Mike, I mean, keep dropping comments in here, man. I'm enjoying this. Okay, so that's why we have the 10th Amendment. So I'm not going to pretend like I'm not a constitutional law scholar. So what is the 10th Amendment again? Go ahead and tell me, Mike, or seems like Dubs knows. I forgot. I got a pretty good grasp on the Bill of Rights. I know most of them, but I don't know all of them. I know a little bit outside of the Bill of Rights, like the 14th Amendment, I got a pretty good grasp on. But I don't know all 27 amendments. not going to claim that I do or try to fake stuff, to be authentic. You are not pressed because you have not published anything. What? What are you talking about, man? What do you mean I haven't published anything? Like, what do you mean by that? I haven't published anything on the mainstream? That's not even true. I've made mainstream news before too. Mainstream news has used my videos in their stories. I've had articles written about me on the mainstream news too, like that you can, on the internet that you can look up. So I don't know what you mean by it's not published. I mean, I have like 550 videos on my YouTube channel. Again, it's independent. That's my platform. I have videos on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, X. So I've published hundreds, thousands of videos. So that's not true. Yeah, maybe define publish. Because literally when I upload a video to YouTube and then when I publish it, that's what it says. It says publish and it says, you can make it public, unlisted, private, but I'm publishing my YouTube video. Here we go. To issue, printed, or otherwise reproduce textual or graphic material, computer software, etc., for sale or distribution to the public. So that's the definition of publish. So I've definitely published things. Oh, the 10th delegates power to the states. Okay. Okay, and then Mike says if it's not in the Constitution, the states can pass laws. Okay. But it is in the Constitution, the United States, and in the Colorado Constitution. Actually, the Colorado Constitution gives even more protection under the First Amendment than the United States Constitution does. And a lot of states, actually, the state First Amendment protections are even more prevalent than the United States federal ones. Yeah, and this is a small little group and small channel, and I stopped arguing with people on the DMA channel a long time ago because I tried to in the beginning, but then there's just no open mind. And I always have an open mind. I'm always willing to have my mind change, because anyone who has their ideals set in stone, I think they're foolish. Because if I had, my idea set in stone, then I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing right now. So I'm always open to listen to someone's argument, to have them try to persuade me to change my mind. Because when I am giving my statements and my arguments, I'm trying to change their mind too. So I want them to listen to me just as I'm going to listen to them, right? So I'm always willing to do that. And as long as it's in a respectful way, like it seems to be like Mike is doing right now, that's fine. But on, the DMA channel, when they start saying, oh, tase him and lock him up and throw away the key. And I try to explain stuff to them, and then they just, make fun of my crooked teeth and stuff like that. I'm like, okay, that's why I block people, because it's dude, it's just not even worth it, man. You're not even willing to, be nice or have any type of intelligent argument. You're just going to start name calling. Well, then forget it. So that's why I stopped arguing with people on the comments, but Mike seems to be okay. They can pass laws about filming because filming is not in the Constitution. Yeah, but you understand, man, like you said, there was no filming when the Constitution was written, right? So we adapt. And we have judges, we have people that are much smarter than me and probably smarter than you that interpret those laws, right? And they make case law. That's what constitutional law is. That's what civil rights attorneys do. They refer to case law, and defense attorneys too. I guess any attorney does, but it's called case law, man. It's where people had challenged a certain specific topic and it won or lost, and that makes the case law. And now they refer to that for future cases. So yes, filming is protected. It's a well-established, not like it's just one thing, man, one case, bro. You told me to give you one case. You told me, give me one instance where filming's protected. You remember when you said that? And I gave you 5. And that's just the 5 that I know of, that I can think of off the top of my head. There's more. So you're telling me to tell you 1, I tell you 5, and then now you're still doubling down and saying that filming wasn't around when the Constitution was written. So like now you're proving my point that like it's like banging your head against the wall. Like this is why I don't argue with people on the internet, because you tell me to, again, now I'm repeating myself. I'm acting like a parrot, but I'm going to repeat myself because it's my show. Again, you tell me 1 case or tell you one instance, and I told you 5, and you're still just, you can't accept it, man. You can't accept that recording in public is a right. I mean, I don't know what else to say to you, bro. Oh, one last thing. Why don't you get a press pass? Hold on a second. Give me like 20 seconds. This is my press pass, bro. I carry it with me every time I go record. Good citizen press ID. And a subscriber made this for me, and he gave Sweet Tea one. She's got a pink one. It's just a piece of plastic. But I mean, I could literally just write up a press pass on a piece of paper with a crayon, bro. It has the exact same legitimacy. Again, government doesn't provide press credentials because government can't give you permission to do what you have a right to do. That would be like saying, hey, here's your credential for talking freely on the sidewalk, man. They can't give you permission for that. Again, like, yeah, if I want to go into the locker room of the Broncos game, now we're just repeating ourselves. It's like a cycle. I can't just go in there with my little press pass right here, right? Like they're going to want to have one from Channel 7, right? Because it's private, right? But just because I don't have a press pass from Channel 7 doesn't mean that I'm not press. I know BCNN, dude. Butt Crack News Network. Best in business. United States Press Agency. Get a press pass there. But I mean, I don't need to get one. Do they issue a press pass? I mean, if I have one of those press passes, is that going to keep a police officer from arresting me for recording on a sidewalk? Oh, you got one from the United States Press Agency? Okay, you're good. Like it's totally irrelevant, man. It doesn't matter. That's a private company. I've never even heard of that place. I don't know what it is. No, what he was saying is when he said, where's your religious pass, is like, doesn't matter if you're religious, right? Like religion, did you know that religion is one of the 5 freedoms protected under the First Amendment, along with press, right? But people don't have religious passes, right? Like, what do you mean you're religious? Where's your religious pass? Like, everyone would think that's ridiculous, right? Do you have your religious pass to go to church? You're not religious. Literally, I'm not, this isn't just like, this is literally the exact same thing because they're both protected under the First Amendment, press and religion. So it's the same thing. That's why I said it'd be like somebody giving you a pass to speak freely, because speech, religion, and press are all protected under the First Amendment. So you can't give someone you can't give someone a pass to speak. You can't give someone a pass to practice their religious beliefs. And you can't give somebody a pass to be press. Okay, man. Thanks for coming in, bro. Just think about it, man. I hope you have an open mind and just, I hope you just think about it a little bit. That's all. Thanks for coming in, bro. What's this thing? Oh, hey, what's up, username? Thanks for coming in, bro. I remember you when you used to do see that. So this is going to be like, remember those streams I was doing on the DMA channel? I used to say that stuff. These are the streams that are going to be for that now. So I can't do that stuff on the DMA channel anymore. That stuff actually kind of hurts your channel because everyone has a niche, right? And like when you start doing like, oh, we're just talking about whatever, I'm changing my content doing that on the DMA channel. So then like when YouTube starts realizing that stuff like that, they can shadow ban you for that too, because it's not the same. It's got to stay the same. So this is my personal channel, which is for all that stuff. So these are not going to be private ever. These are going to just stay up. So don't worry about it, man. But thanks for coming in, bro. Oh, dude, you're down to 2 cigarettes a day? Right on, bro. I mean, I'm down to 0 cigarettes a day, but I do these. But this is so much like when I would smoke cigarettes, man, my lungs would hurt. They'd be achy. I'd have trouble breathing. Like I go and work out hard, do cardio and play basketball. And I never have been really good at cardio. I have asthma, but I don't need an inhaler anymore. I grew out of it, but like, it's not from this. It's just how I am, but I don't have any issues with breathing with these. And I know like you can get popcorn lung with this and stuff, but I think it's more for like the the big mods with the button and everything, like huge clouds like these. I've had no issues with these that I know of anyways, but I'm sure they're not good for you either. But in comparison to smoking cigarettes, man, dude, vape. Yeah. Vapes are, if you have to do one or the other, these are definitely cheaper than a cigarette pack. Like the amount of puffs I get out of this thing, and these are like 20, 25 bucks. I mean, it's not even close. Like cigarettes are like $13 a pack in Colorado, man. So, I mean, I probably smoke a pack of cigarettes a day worth in this. So that'd be like 13 bucks a day. Because these last me a couple weeks, 2-3 weeks for one of these. Yeah. See, cigarettes were never hard for me to quit though, dude. And like they did make cigarettes more addicting though, because when I quit cigarettes, like in the early 2000s, it was so easy for me. Like I never was addicted to cigarettes. I used to smoke. I was a social smoker, and I'd smoke when I would drink, but I drank a lot. So I would, smoke with my friends and stuff. Everyone smoked. But then like, if I was out hanging out with my mom or something like that, I wasn't like, oh man, I got to sneak away so I can smoke a cigarette. I just wouldn't smoke all day. I didn't care. It wasn't an issue for me. But then when I started smoking this last time, which was like a couple years ago, it was harder to quit smoking for sure. Because they did make them more addictive though. And I remember reading something about that they put more stuff in it to make it addictive besides just the nicotine. But nicotine alone, like these have nicotine, but like when I'm smoking my mod, it has I buy the juice with no nicotine because I don't need the nicotine. It's more of like an oral fixation type thing for me. Watermelon. I don't know if I've ever had that one. This one's my favorite right now. It's the cherry bomb. Let's put some music back on. Let's put see if I have any see all these other songs that I have on here are copyright, but on the DMA channel I have a like license to use those, but I don't have a license on this, and so I just don't want to play them. Like it doesn't matter because I'm not monetized, but if I do want to get monetized eventually, it's not good to have copyright claims, or not strikes, but they're claims, because then they're less likely to accept you into the YouTube partner program because you have all these copyright claims. So anyone got another video they want me to play? Anyone got like a personal video on their own YouTube channel or something they want me to play? Could do that. Could probably play. No, I don't want to play that. I got this like piece thing for like my little backdrop, but you know, like when I put it back here, it's behind a white background, so it kind of like blends in too much. I need to like paint this or have someone paint it like blue or something like that. It'll stand out better. And then I got this. This is my cop car. This has been up here for a while, but for Christmas, since Christmas is coming up, we do this thing. My mom, it's called the worst gift. So like my sister gave like a dryer lint once, and then I gave an ice cream. It was like an ice cream bar, but it's like, you know, melted. So it's like a bad gift, right? So you try to give a bad gift. So my mom got me this because, you know, she knows that I don't like police. So this is the bad gift. So this is perfect for like my little backdrop thing. Oh, I think it makes noise or something. It does something. Oh, look, it does. Doesn't really work though. It's got 3 buttons, but it only works one time. That's the only one that works. The other ones don't. Oh, that one works. The middle one doesn't work though. And then I got the original camera. So this is actually the original camera is my iPhone SE. That's what I was using, and the audio was so bad. It's such an old phone. The only reason I upgraded the phone, because I still use that phone for live streams and stuff for like a long time in the DMA channel, but I upgraded because I wasn't able to get 5G. You could only get 4G on it. So that's why I upgraded it, because I needed 5G for like live streams. But this is the original camera, and it's not the original microphone though. I have it over there. But I actually had to get a new camera because, which is this one. This one's better. This one's more for like videos. This is more for pictures, but it's a better beginner camera. But it's like way heavier. See, this one's like way smaller. This one's better for video. This one shoots in 1080. All my stuff shoots in 4K, also 24 frames per second. But the 1080 even looks better though on this camera than it does like 4K on a cell phone for whatever reason. Like 4K on this is so much better than like 4K on a cell phone. So the technology is not there yet for whatever reason. It's still 4K, but I had to get this camera because when I got arrested at Sheridan, they confiscated all my equipment for like a month. So I had to get new stuff. But I was going to give this away eventually, like a raffle or something. But that's going to be like when I'm like super successful and, you know, established good case law and all that stuff. I was going to give this away in a raffle or something like that. The camera that started it all, guys. I don't even know how much longer I'm going to be doing this. Maybe another year or two, and then I'm going to try to shift my activism to more than just audits. I'm not going to do audits forever. And audits was never really my ultimate goal. It was more of just like to get my feet in the door. Because really what I wanted to do was, you know, I wanted to be the libertarian. This is the whole reason I started doing this, guys. Adam Kokesh. This is my agenda right here. And the audit stuff, I mean, I love First Amendment audits and cop watching and stuff. So I just started doing it, and like, you know, I was pretty good at it, I guess. So, but that's always been my ultimate goal. What's up, Jenny? I saw you in Fake Mike. I don't acknowledge, just so you guys know, if you guys say hi to me in someone else's chat and I don't acknowledge you, it's not because I'm like trying to like diss you. It's because I usually just go in and say one thing, and then I don't want to take too much attention off of like the person's live stream. And like, I don't want to make it the DMA show and like, you know, talking to everyone in the chat. I want to keep it on them. So that's why I just don't respond to people. But I see your comments though. Are you planning on releasing that on the 2.0 channel, or will you wait until after January 5th and release it on the original channel? Release what? Which one are you talking about? What's up, Minglings? Tight ass. Priest hit Reich. I've seen you before. You're funny. What is this Flex Your Freedoms sock channel, or are you just like a huge Flex Your Freedoms fan, bro? Oh, yes, and I am doing that. So I was going to do an interview, guys, with the barber's ex-girlfriend and the barber's ex-girlfriend's mom. But the ex-girlfriend, she was kind of scared because the barber is such a scary guy, and she had to get a restraining order on him. And like, I mean, he's crazy lunatic, as you guys already know. And so she was kind of hesitant. And I think she just kind of got cold feet because she wanted to do it. And then, you know, a bunch of weeks were going by, and then months were going by, and she wasn't going to do it. And then I was like, you know what? I'm not going to wait anymore. I told her, hey, you know what? Just forget it. Like, I am not like mad. I mean, I understand she's probably just hesitant, but she's kind of like being a little flaky. And I was like, I'm just going to go off of what I have, you know, because I recorded our phone conversations. And she's like, okay, yeah, that's cool. So I am going to put something together. It's just, I've been so busy with like, you know, life and going to jail and all this stuff. And then I got out, and now I'm shadow banned, because I was actually going to be the video I was going to work on next was the barber one, because I don't want to wait too long, because, you know, it's starting to get older, but it's such a good video that people still want to hear what happened with that. So I'm going to play a bunch of like clips, audio clips of my conversation with his ex-girlfriend and his mom, his ex-girlfriend's mom. Dude, you guys. So first of all, if you heard me talk about it, he's not autistic. Okay. Now I wouldn't be surprised. And I told the mom and the daughter this, I wouldn't be surprised if he manipulated a doctor into thinking he's autistic and diagnosed him with autism, but he's not autistic. And even like people in the comments, I had tons of people saying that, oh, my cousin's autistic or my brother's autistic. And like, dude, autistic people don't act like this. This guy's a master manipulator. And that's what he is. But he has been, he was diagnosed with either as a sociopath or a psychopath. I don't remember which one. I have to review the footage, but that's what they said. And dude, so here's one of the things. The guy, I'll just give you one thing out of the dozens of things that I found out about this guy. But the one thing that I'll let you in right now, it's like a sneak peek. When the guy was like 8 or 10 years old, he tied up his own mother in the house and was going to burn the house down. That's just one thing that I found out about this guy. I have like 10, 15 other things that are like just as crazy as that thing about this guy, dude. He's a dangerous person. He should not be like, you know, I say I hate people locked in cages for victimless crimes and there's too many people locked up. But I have said that, you know, if you're dangerous to society, you need to be isolated. This is one of those guys, man. Like he could potentially, if he could get away with anything, like he could have like people locked in his basement type status, you know, type thing. That's how crazy this dude is. Flex will never find you, nerds. You just want a body cam? What kind? You get a Axon 3? So, yeah, so I think that answers your question, right? So yeah, that's what I'm planning. So that one will be on the DMA 2.0 channel. I'm not going to drop. I'm going to wait. I'm already only 2 weeks away from January 5th. So I'm actually next. I'm putting together the Carolina and Fort Worth interview, the full interview, because I didn't want to drop the whole interview on the documentary because number one, it was already an hour and 40 minutes long. And number two, I didn't want to put too much in there before the trial. And so now that the trial's over and it's a hot topic, like right now, I'd be like working on it hard and like dropping it in a couple days. You know what I mean? But I can't drop it in a couple days because my options are drop it on the DMA channel, which it'll get more views on the DMA channel than the 2.0, but like it'll get like a tenth of what it should get. Like I think the interview should get like 150,000 views, 100,000 views, probably at least, but it'll get like 10,000. But if I drop it on the 2.0 channel, it'll get like 1,000. You know what I mean? So it's like, what do I do? Do I wait until January 5th and hope that it's over? Or do I just like drop it now because it's hot? You know what I mean? And just try to promote it on the 2.0, or do I just drop it on the DMA channel? I don't know. It's kind of like I'm in this weird like position right now. You know, like I just don't have the influence I had. You know, I don't have the reach. I don't have it right now. I got you guys. I got my subscribers. But I don't even have all my subscribers. I got the ones that have the notifications bell set on always. That's what I have. That's what I figured out. But everyone else that normally would see, like get an impression, they don't get it. So I'm kind of just stuck. I can't do anything, man. Like Carolina was like, I talked to her today and she's like, oh yeah, I'll call you later. See, maybe you want to do something on this, you know, on her story. But like, I could do something, but I mean, when I did a live stream on Carolina and Fort Worth last time, it was me and Leroy Truth. Live streams don't usually do very well. Like, you know, if they're a good one, maybe they'll get 5,000 views. You know, if you're doing a panel and it's not like this, like 2 hours, like you do like a 20, 30 minute panel, they still don't get that many views. But like on that one, I got like 25,000 views because, you know, people wanted to see it. But like if I were to do that right now, it should get 25,000 views again, but it's going to get like, you know, 5,000. So I mean, I can help her, I guess. You know, it's not do what I can, I guess, but I want to like kind of wait. Yo, what's up, Walking Dead man? If you're still in here, he probably left already. Yeah. I would say that's a hard one. I want to say that I agree with that. But I think that probably is, if I had to, I'd say, yeah, I agree with that. And that's why the process is the way that it is. That's why due process is the way that it is, because so that we don't have, you know, we have as least amount of innocent people in jail. But I heard that it's thought that up to 12% of incarcerated Americans are innocent. And not only because they got just falsely accused of, you know, found guilty by a jury, but also because they just took a plea deal because they got bullied. And it's like, look, dude, if I either take this deal and I go to prison for 5 years, and I didn't do it, or I take it to trial and my attorney's saying, we don't have a good case, and they gave me 40 years. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes people are like, I can't say that I'm going to just say, oh, let's go to trial. My attorney's here saying, dude, look, we don't got a good case. That's part of the percentage. And then like people are found now that like DNA testing and stuff, people are found not guilty and have their sentences turned around all the time. You hear about it all the time in the news. Think about it, before we didn't have DNA testing. You know, how many people died in prison? How many people got executed? Death penalty. There's been people that have been set free like last minute on DNA testing for death penalty stuff. You know what I mean? That video made it seem like autistic people are like him, when in reality, they are the exact opposite. They are much more likely to be the victims of scams and aggression rather than perpetrators. Yes, exactly. He's not autistic, dude. Like, I know autistic people. They're nice. They're more like innocent, like, you know what I mean? They're not like that guy. That guy's just a super manipulator, man. I mean, how many times did that guy lie in that video? Like, probably like, I'm not over exaggerating, like 100 times. Told like 100 lies in that video. And that was just the parts that I showed. Like, I had to edit out. And that video was already like 50, I think it was 58 minutes long. It's one of my longest videos. So that's just what I showed you guys. I might have edited out more lies. If I would have just left the whole thing in there raw, it'd have been like 2 hours. But yeah, that's what I've noticed too. Like, you know, autistic people aren't acting the way he's acting. You know what I mean? It's a scam. Oh, I'll tell you one more thing about this guy. One more sneak peek or whatever. That New York accent that he has, he's never been to New York. So when the ex-girlfriend took him to court to get the restraining order, which by the way, the judge didn't believe her and they didn't hold the restraining order. Like, she got a temporary one, but it didn't stick. He came to court talking totally normal without any accent, just like a normal, like I'm talking to you right now. And then come to find out from all these other people that the ex-girlfriend and the ex-girlfriend's mom spoke with, the people that know this guy, apparently he used to have an Australian accent. And then he changed it to a New York accent. And I guess the ex-girlfriend said they were out to eat and they were, you know, out doing stuff. And some guy who was from New York called him out and said, that's not a New York accent. You're faking that New York accent. I guess he could tell. Called him out on it. And I guess the guy got the barber, Riley the barber, got all buck and wanted to fight him, getting all violent and stuff because he was calling him out on his fake New York accent. Because it's fake. He's never even been to New York. So there you go, guys. He's not autistic. He's just a master manipulator. He goes so far that he's going to fake an entire, his whole life is a lie. Not only does he lie a lot, his whole life is a lie. He tells everyone he's from New York. He has a thick New York accent that he fakes, right? He's not autistic. He's a psychopath. All right, so I got 5 people in here. Let's see how many people I have when I come back from the restroom. still got 5. Cool. Yeah, dude. Well, he's not really a bad liar. It's just that he's a bad liar to us because we're critical thinkers. But like, dude, he had everyone else fooled, right? He has everyone else fooled, the cops. So if you guys saw on the DMA 2.0 channel, I had that cop watch with Regan and I. It was mostly dash cam stuff, but then I did like flashbacks of older videos. And my friend Effin Reality, it's on the Effin Gato channel, did a story on like Sheridan. And one of the city councilors, his name's Terrence, the black dude. Oh, they're just there to, you know, try to get clicks and views like we've been talking about, you know. That's all. They're not going to sue no one. They're just here, you know, they get their donations. That's how they make their money. And I saw, because that barbershop's in Sheridan, and I saw on Google reviews Sheridan or Terrence in there. Oh, great haircut, blah, blah, blah. Right. And then Officer Hernandez, Sheridan Police Department, when he walked in there, hey, what's up, Riley? How you doing? Like, they all know him, right? They all think he's a good guy. I mean, they gave him a deferred sentence. Here's the thing. Deferred sentence. You think if the Sheridan Police Department were called and Christopher Cordova slapped a phone out of some dude's hand and went flying 30 feet, first of all, I would have left in handcuffs and been arrested. I think most people, like if you go to any city in the United States and you do that and the police come for a call for service, I say the majority of the time, people are going to go in handcuffs and be locked in a cage for that. They're not just going to get a citation. So he's not a bad liar. He's clearly manipulated the police and the people in that city, right? Yeah. With Jim Freedom, yeah. Jim Freedom and Direct D, that's the video. And Regan was there too. Yeah. And then, you know, I found out too, like in that video, I was talking about how Hernandez didn't have his body cam on. I was like, the first 30 seconds are always muted. I found out when they push the button, because if you look on that video, and every time that I see a cop push the button, he pushes the button and then it goes ding, ding. And then like you get audio, but you can see him push it. So when they push the button, that 30 seconds prior that you're hearing with no audio, that's 30 seconds prior to him pushing the button to start the body cam. So it's like recording. It's always recording. But it doesn't, like, it maybe it uses less battery because it's not, I don't know how it works. But when he pushes the button, it records 30 seconds prior to him pushing the button with no audio. So when I said the first 30 seconds, always no audio, no, he literally turned it on exactly at that point when he saw me drive by. And then all of a sudden he pushed it. And then me and everyone came up like a minute later. He didn't have his body cam. Remember, he was like, oh, my body cam's been on. It's been on. No, it wasn't on, dude. You were over there talking, breaking the law. There's a Colorado Revised statute. I don't remember what it is, but I put it in the video. You have to have your body cam on when you're talking about stuff like that. You're talking about the case with this guy, with the perpetrator. The guy that you gave a ticket to, you have to have your body cam on. But it's like, no one's going to hold them accountable though. Like I even talked to my attorney about that. Like, what are we going to do? I mean, who's going to hold them accountable? Like their own department is going to have to like cite them for it. And of course, they're not going to do that. Right. And that's the problem. It's like, it's my word against yours. You know what I mean? Like when they turned off all there was no body cam footage at the Sheridan Rec Center. You guys remember that video? When I was trying to get the body cams for that, there is no, they didn't have their body cams on. Maybe they turned them off, but they're not supposed to turn them off because it says in the CRS that they can only turn them off when they're having managerial conversations when citizens are not present. But Eddie, the guy that called the cops on me, the citizen, the civilian, was present. He was out there the whole time. They were out there talking trash about me the whole time, but they had their body cams off or muted or something. But I mean, what am I going to do? Right? Like it's my word against theirs. Like, I mean, there's not much I can do about it. So that's how they get away with it. I mean, I guess I could pay thousands and thousands of dollars to have an investigator come in or, whatever. But I mean, they can just do whatever they want, it's not worth it. So. I think that Mike, that guy that was in here, I think he's going to think about what I said today, about what we said. What do you guys think? Do you think we made some good arguments, right? And he kind of, bowed out. All right, you guys have a good night. Because he didn't really have much else to say, I don't think. Or do you think he's just stubborn and just, he was just being nice and was bowing out? I think he's going to think about it. All right, what should we do, guys? Should we play a video? What do you guys want to do? Let's see what's going on in the YouTube world. It's 12:30 over where I am. Did you guys see the troll video that I did on 2.0 channel with Booker Dooley? I was saying Booker Dooley, but his name's Booker. And I remember thinking like his name's Booker, but for whatever reason, when I was like reading his name, I was trying too hard. I was like, Booker Dooley. It's not, it's Booker Dooley. I think it's Booker. I don't know. It could be Booker, I guess. Yeah, for sure, man. Like, yeah, he wasn't bad. I pointed out his hypocrisies though, but he wasn't like one of those low vibrational, troll channel guys that just, there's no getting through to them. Definitely. Because he's not one of those guys that follows those troll channels. This is in the shorts feed, so he just came across it and was like, oh, this guy's dumb. He hasn't been influenced by those guys. But I pointed out his hypocrisies though, because like he said, tell me one instance that the First Amendment protects. And then I gave him 5, and then he just kept going back to the same argument. Yeah. An opinion about a fact would be one example of ignorance. Oh, shoot, dude. I'm sorry. Is my audio like terrible? Yeah, but an opinion about a fact would be one it would be one example of ignorance for sure. Oh, you think so? Think he's trolling me? I don't think so. I think he could be. But if I had to guess, I don't think so. Let's see. Let's look for a video to play. Let's do something. Let's see who's dropping what here. Or actually, you know what we could talk about too, though? Is let's bring up a new topic. Do you think that systemic oppression exists in the United States? Okay, yeah. I'll play one of yours. Can you drop it in? I'm trying to think how you can. You have to send it to me. Can you email it to me? It's denvermetroaudits@gmail.com. No, systemic oppression does not exist in the United States. Yes, but not by law. Well, I mean, that's the definition of systemic oppression, though, right? It's the system systematically oppressing you. So be more specific then. Elaborate on that. Yeah, Brandon Mitchell, thanks, bro. And then just let me know when you send it and I'll play it. So I'll give my opinion. My opinion is that systemic oppression does exist in the United States, but not as though like Black Lives Matter would want you to think. Like, it's not racist. Like people saying, oh, like I've had people saying like in my comment section on a lot of my videos, like especially shorts, because shorts go to like everyone, a wider audience than like my long form videos go to more like a targeted audience. But like on the shorts, oh, if this guy was black, he would have been on the ground or something like that. And I'm like, dude, no, it's not. That's not true. There's lots of black auditors, dude. You know, Big Nick, what's his name? Omaha. So I don't think that's true. I've seen more police violence against white people, honestly. So I don't think it has to do with race, though. But I do think that there is systemic oppression for people with cameras. Straight up. I think that the systemic oppression is against anyone who opposes the status quo. That's what I think. If you're a threat to the status quo, they'll try to oppress you. And look what they're doing to Craig Henry. Flex Your Freedoms, myself, Carolina and Fort Worth, right? That's oppression. Manuel Mata, yep. All right, cool. Yeah. See what I'm saying? That's why I like you guys. Because you guys are willing to have your beliefs challenged, you know? And like, now I do it all the time. Like, if somebody says something else, I'm open-minded to have my opinion changed for sure. I don't want to just, because if I had my opinion set in stone like some of these people do, I'd think the same thing I thought like, 10 and more than 10, probably 15, 20 years ago. That, government's here, for the good, right? We need a lot of government to protect you because the world's a very scary place. But in reality, you guys have probably heard me say that we live in the most peaceful time in human history right now. Yes, we live in the most peaceful time in human history since we've been recording it. You are the least likely to be the victim of a violent attack today than any other time in human history. But if you watch a lot of mainstream media, you'll think that, no, it's really scary and we need a lot of government. And the reason for that, again, I've said this a bunch of times. You sent it? Okay, I'm going to check it here in a second. It's because I said the whole thing that I say, you guys have probably heard, if you're in here, you've heard it, about 99% of the human population has been in 50 to 100 people tribes, caveman days. And so I forgot where I was going with that. Let me check the email. Oh yeah, so in the mainstream, like in tribal times, as I'm checking this email, in tribal times, you had to be on the lookout for a lion coming out, right? Like, if you lived to be, even 20 years old, probably in caveman days, that was like a long life. It was a very dangerous lifestyle to live back then. So we were hardwired to focus on the negative, right? Because it ensures your survival. It's an evolutionary, defense mechanism. You focus on the negative. And so when you live, 100,000 years with this type of mindset, and we only have this population explosion within the last few hundred years, well, you're not going to evolve within even 1,000 years, let's say. You're going to evolve within 1,000 years, when 100,000 years you've been living your life like that, right? So we're evolved to focus on the negative. Yeah, I got your video. Which is why the mainstream media, they realize this, right? I mean, think about it. That's why, movies, violence on movies, right? You got violence in video games. And then, you got people like, oh, the bootlickers, why don't you show any of the good videos? Well, then you're clearly not paying attention. You have no clue about my channel, because I show good interactions all the time. But I show the good interactions within the bad ones, right? Because if I just show pure good interactions, how many views am I going to get? None, or like super low. I'm not going to spend 20 hours editing a video. And yes, I spend at least that much time editing my videos because they're super edited and highly detailed. And I spend a lot of time on them. Why would I spend that much time editing a video so I can get, 10,000 views? Like, that's stupid. People don't care about that. No one wants to see cops and everyone treating you good and nice, because human beings are hardwired to focus on terrible stuff. Okay, hold on. All right, so we got Aussie Nathan. I wasn't even subscribed to you yet. Let me put it on the screen here. Come on, let me turn the music off. Okay, so is Aussie Nathan here showing us his audit that he did in Australia. Hold on. I got to share screen. Okay, here we go. Oh, shoot, sorry. It's not playing on this. Hold on. Let me fix this here. Put it on the wrong screen, I guess. Oh, it's because, oh, yeah, that's why. Okay, now here we go. Okay. So I just subscribed to you. So I heard that in Australia, you don't have near as many.
Can't see much in the old tinted windows.
Don't have near as many
What have we
rights.
got here? We've got the Aboriginal flag. Good stuff. New South Wales government flag. And the New South Wales, oh no, the Australian flag. Oh, all the cameras watching us, watching them. What have we got here?
I heard that they'll just straight up arrest you
Nice and clean.
with the quickness out there. Oh, you kind of look like ANCAP Cop Watch, dude. And the Australian accent is so badass, dude.
Hang on, buddy.
I think of all the English accents, Australian is like, and New Zealand. Are the coolest
Over
ones.
there.
Dub is throwing on the flirtation hard with she'll slip your punches. Just kidding. But you are, though. No, I don't remember him. They hated what guy?
It's a big building, but I guess it is the police, council chambers, council offices, full government building.
Do you guys have an Australian constitution?
Auburn Police Area Command. Let's have a look inside. Council chamber side. Too many members of the public in here, so I'll head back outside, have a look around,
Trying to get it to like
and go from there.
full screen, but it's not fitting the full screen.
What have we got here?
Full screen layout.
Sorry about my sniffles. I think we might have like a 2-in-1 or town hall. It's all closed up.
I mean, I could be looking at how to layout. Oh, coming soon, it says.
Let's have a look inside the library.
It's very broad.
Okay, good. You can use the machine now. It should work.
So it gives them more discretion or something. Is that what you mean? I mean, they're always going to find discretion and, like, you know, they're going to interpret it the way they want it to fit their
Father's
narrative.
Day activity.
Just because even the United States government,
QR code.
you know, if they say that
This is
hey,
all.
you can't record in this specific area, it doesn't mean that.
How you going, sir? That's good.
There you go.
There's recycling.
Where are you right now?
Household waste.
It's kind of like a library or
batteries,
something.
X-rays. G'day, ma'am. How are you?
Hi, good. How are you? Not for people. You cannot film people.
What do you mean?
Yeah, you can film that, but not people. That's
Okay.
that's the library's policy.
Oh, it's a policy.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not a law.
Uh,
There is no law privacy rule. Okay.
people who get angry.
That's not my problem. People's feelings. No, I can't turn it off. This is a public building. We're allowed to record in a public building. This is a public space, and we're in public, and there's no privacy in public. There's no privacy in public. Okay. Books in your language.
Nice. Okay, so they do have that in Australia. No privacy in public. Sorry, mate.
You can't
There you
go
go,
inside the library.
Yeah, you can.
No, because of privacy reasons.
What do you mean? It's not a law. This is a
No,
public building.
No, within the
Ju-
library.
Just chill for a second. This is a public building. I've been to many, many, many libraries. There's nothing you
Well,
can do
it's
about
the
it.
library rule itself.
It's a rule, but it's not a law. And I follow the law. I don't follow rules.
Well, and I'm
Rules
gonna have to
rules
ask
are
you
made
quick.
rules are made for you guys.
Yeah, and you're in
Not
this
for us.
building, so therefore it's a rule that you need to
It's
follow.
my building.
No,
I'm
it's not.
a member of the public. It's not
Yes.
your building.
No,
This is a public building.
and you'll call the police.
You don't need to call the police. I'm just
It's
going to
a
have a
rule.
quick look around my building.
You can look around the building, but you can't be filming.
If you can.
No, you can't.
That's all good. I'm going to keep recording. And if you feel the need to ring the police, you do what you got to do, all right, sir? And I'll have a chat with the police.
If you want to go down that route.
I don't care. The police don't bother me. I'm not scared. That's okay. Good on you. Okay, no worries. All right. Thank you. Have a good one, mate. What was your name, sir, so I can make a complaint?
What?
What was your name so I can make a complaint? Ian.
Yeah.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate
It's not a public place. You don't have a right to go around.
It is a public place.
No, it is.
Who are you?
It is a council establishment. That is a public
Mem-
place.
the
Outside
taxpayers-
there,
The
you
taxpayers.
You have.
Don't
to
touch
go-
my. Hey,
Hey,
that's an
hey,
assault.
Calm down.
That's an assault.
That-
Do
that-
not
no,
touch
sir.
my property.
That is
Don't,
an
mate.
assault.
You
Do not-
don't people
Follow.
inside an enclosed establishment. You understand that perfectly well. You know what a public place is. You have been doing this and annoying people for a long period of time.
For a long period of time.
Yes.
Touch
Step
my shit,
outside.
you touch my shit again,
So I'm gonna
you're going to have a problem.
Are you threatening to assault me?
I didn't threaten to nobody.
Yes,
I
you
said,
are.
I said, if you touch my property again, you are
Okay.
going to have a problem.
You're
Don't touch it.
inside an enclosed.
See the manipulation right there? Are you threatening? That's what they always go to. Are you threatening me? No. I said, hey, if you touch me again, we're going to have a problem. So, Aussie Nathan establishing the fact that he is going to defend himself if he touches him again. Now, all of a sudden, he's trying to manipulate that into being a threat.
establishment.
Don't touch.
Good job, by the way, so far, man. This is a good video.
You do not have a right in an enclosed
Do not touch
establishment
it. Turn my camera off and everything. This guy here.
it's okay,
Assault,
mate.
grabbing
This
my
is
property.
not assault. You
Grabbing
are
my
in an
property. I'll wait for the police. I'll wait for the
enclosed
police to come and we'll see
If
what the
you
police say
walk
about you touching my property.
outside, You can video to your heart's content.
Who are you? You're just a member of the public.
Yeah,
You're
I
telling
know
me. You're telling me the law.
says
telling
You
you
are
the
Stay,
inside
can you please just stay out of it, please?
So
For
you're
for
in
the
this
better of you.
library.
Yes, and I'm a member of the public. I'm allowed to.
No,
you're
you are
allowed
not.
in.
I'm trying to walk away, and you guys are following me.
You don't
Stop
need to turn
following
off
me.
that camera now.
Stop following me.
No, you need.
I'm showing my viewers what the public library in Burwood is like.
This is not.
There is nothing wrong with it. Burwood, Auburn, sorry.
Yeah, and it's a rule of this
I've been to that many today. It's not funny.
So, it is a
So you
rule
just stay out of it, buddy. You're just a member of the public.
of this library. You
From
cannot be
him, because
filming.
this is-
This guy here is the one that started all the problems.
You cannot
No.
Do you see how they just keep on holding on to it's a rule of the library? It's a rule. They can't grasp the fact that it's not a law, right? And that rules, okay, although, okay, so at least in the United States, let's say like at the DMV, there's rules, then and the DMV can create rules, right? Like I can't just be like, oh, you know what? I'm 10th in line, but I'm just going to cut into the front of the line and go up in the front. No, they can't. There is rules that they can establish that you have to wait your turn to go up and get your driver's license, right? But see, the difference is that those rules don't violate my rights. See? So you can't make a rule that violates your rights. And these people just don't understand that. They just keep holding on to it's the rule of the library.
I was polite. I was polite.
We are being polite to you.
Chill, buddy. No need to get all worked up. I'm
Sir,
not worked
you're
up.
being-
I'm happy.
Now, I'm asking you to leave.
I'm happy.
again and again.
Yeah, chill.
Walk out
Ask
the
this
door,
guy to leave.
you'll cease photographing.
Get out of you. Are you to tell me what to do?
I'm a member of the public.
Who
I'm
are you
walking
to
in
tell me what to do?
Because there are rules to this.
Get
place.
out of here,
Please
boy.
explain to you the rules.
Get out of here, boy.
How you adhere to the rules.
Learn to read, kids. This is where you come to learn to read. Can't believe this bloke walking around touching my property. Should have let him take it and charged him with assault, but I don't ring the police, so we'll see what the police say when they get here.
And I think they'll ask you to leave in the closed establishment when you've been asked to leave by the management. You'll be directed.
I don't care what you say. Who are you?
Charge of this place to
Who are
leave.
you?
You are therefore unlawfully on the premises.
Look at that, books
The
in
staff who are in
Turkish.
charge of this place
That's
have
awesome.
directed you to leave or cease doing what you are doing.
That's awesome. Look at that.
So you are now in
Turkish
commission of an
books.
offence by remaining here.
In the
Contrary
commission of
to
the.
the
You sound like, who are
directions.
you? Are you an ex-police officer or something?
I'm a member of
Snitch.
the public,
Rat.
and I also know the
Rat.
law, which you seem
Snitch.
not to want to hear.
Snitch. Mind your own business. What are you worried about what other people are doing?
Because
Why did you
this
come up
is
to
a
me
public-
and worry about what somebody else is
because
doing in
you were
public?
threatening up to assault a member of the
How was I
staff.
threatening to me? Oh, we were having a chat and you come over and you attack me. Get out of here. Get out of here, you muppet. Oh, look at that. Snack machine. Look at the drama they started over a little bit of recording in a public library.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. And then getting attacked by a member of the public for recording.
NPCs are a real thing, dude. Like I think that the majority of the people that you
Those
meet
are cool.
or that you see in your day-to-day life are just NPCs, bro. They're not real people. They're part of the program, part of the what's it called? The simulation. You know, there's actually physicists and scientists that are saying that, hey, we live in a simulation. It's not just like some conspiracy theory.
Fuck, I didn't have my body camera on.
They're also called backdrop people.
There's a kiosk. Printer. How much is the printing? There's the prices for the printing. Very cool. It's obviously not a emergency. You're not coming running when they're next door.
He needs to be the centre of attention. Rules apply to him that apply to other people.
Yeah, so,
Just leave it for the police, buddy.
yeah, well, I can't physically.
You can't touch me. No one can.
Well,
Police can't even touch me.
Well, technically the police
No,
can.
they can't. No, they can't.
Actually,
Yeah, I'm asking you to
have
leave.
identified
Yeah, I'm going to leave in a minute.
at this point?
What'd you
Now,
say?
Are you an Auburn resident? Are you a member, a resident of Cumberland Council? What is your home address? Give us the suburb you belong to. This individual- You don't have permission to be in here if you're not part of Cumberland Council unless you come in.
How do you know I'm not? How do you know? You don't know where I live.
You don't have permission to be in here. I mean, if this is anything like the United States, I don't need permission. I don't have to live in your library district to visit your library district, man. I mean, see how they're just grasping at straws now? They're getting desperate here, guys.
Are coming into a Cumberland
Yeah,
Council
to be, mate.
facility, they don't have to serve you. They don't
Did I ask for service?
No, they don't have
So
to grant
you,
you
you've been
entry.
breaking the rules as soon as you
Mate,
started filming.
this guy here is a joke. Coming up to me,
So-
grabbing my, listen for a second instead of butting in.
Mate, you
Grab,
don't-
you've been talking to him the whole time and listen to him, listen to me for a second. This
No,
guy
we
here
don't have to
come up
listen
and
to
talk to me and come up and grab my property,
No, mate,
turned
we
off my
don't-
camera.
we
You touch
don't
it again,
have to
I'm telling you now,
We don't
I'm
have
going to defend
listen
myself.
I'm
No,
going to
touch
put my
it-
hand
touch it
right
again.
there. Okay?
Touch it again and
Now,
I'm going to
you
defend
have to go.
myself.
Do you understand you're not defending
Touch
yourself?
it again
You're
and
not
I'm going to
lawfully-
defend myself.
I'm not going to touch you or your camera. I
Well,
am,
you
however,
already have.
I'm not going to prevent. I'm going to prevent you from videoing other people.
You're a
who have not
muppet,
granted
mate.
you
You are a
permission.
muppet.
No,
Oh, go and grab it again.
I'm
I'm
not
telling you
gonna touch
now.
it.
Just go, you're gonna get knocked out, bro. Telling you now, bro. You grab my touch my property again, I'm gonna defend myself.
Defend yourself when you're unlawfully on the premises. That's
Unlawfully.
right.
It's public
Yes,
property,
right.
mate.
You started breaking the rules of
It's
this
public
establishment
property.
as soon as you started.
Book week.
So I'm asking you again to stop filming.
Okay, he's
I'm
giving
about to
you
leave. I'm very nearly
as
finished.
the
It's all I wanted to
person
do
who's
is
in
walk around
charge of this
and
premises.
show this beautiful library.
So again, guys, you've heard me say this a bunch of times, but if they want him to leave so bad, and he just said, like, hey guys, I'm about to leave. Literally all they have to do is just leave him alone. Just leave him alone. And he'll leave on his own. The more that you do this, the longer he stays.
Off, okay,
No,
sir?
he has given you a clear
Who
direction.
are you?
He is in
Shut
charge of his
up.
premises. He has given you a
Shut
clear
up.
direction. You are not lawfully on the premises. You have not lawfully been here for the last 20 minutes. Now,
Listen to
they
this
can give
guy.
you an exclusion order.
Listen
They
to
can
this
give you a
guy.
ban from ever coming back to any other Cumberland Council facility.
Look
Is
at
that
this
what you wish
guy.
to receive?
Look at this guy.
Do you wish to be excluded from Cumberland Council's facilities? Because they're in charge of their facilities. If they want to exclude you.
This guy's a
anyone
muppet.
here, they have
This guy
permission
is a
to do
muppet. Sheep.
That's your word, isn't it, Muppet? You seem
So
particularly
I'm asking you
obsessed with
again,
that. I'm not
Tully.
sure why.
Tell him to leave.
No, he
Then I'll be
hasn't
quiet.
broken any rules.
Yes, he has. He assaulted me
That,
in,
that is
in
not
a.
assault.
That is not
What are you
assault.
talking about? You don't have a clue either. You've got no
You-
idea.
you-
Get,
I know.
get out of my face.
Get out.
Get out of my
Get
face.
out.
Get out of my face.
Get out.
Go on, touch me as well. Go.
I'm not going to touch you.
Well, get away from
I'm
me.
asking you to leave.
Get away from me,
You
brother.
Identify yourself unlawfully on the premises.
I don't even have to identify myself to the police, let alone
Yeah,
you.
you do.
No, I don't.
He is in charge of this premises.
Get out
Tell you
now.
Listen to
leave,
him.
you have
Listen to
leave.
him. I'm about to leave. It's all good, mate. I'm not going to stay here all day.
It's not a question of staying
Who
here
is-
all day. It's a
Mate,
question
this
of-
guy here
he has
come
done
up, he
nothing
broke the
wrong.
rules by coming
did
up and
nothing
assaulting a
That
member
is
of the
not
public
assault.
and grabbing my
That is
property.
not assault.
What is it then? So he's allowed, anybody is allowed to come up and grab my property?
You were breaking the rules as soon as you started.
Rules are not law. He broke
There-
the law.
I don't give a damn about.
So
the
this
law
guy leaves,
right
I'm
now.
telling you now, I'm going to fucking.
Did you hear this idiot? I don't give a damn about the law right now. He literally just said that, guys.
Rules of this establishment, and you need to stop filming.
Stop yelling at me, buddy, please.
Stop
Have a
filming.
bit of respect.
You have respect.
I have.
No,
I,
you
mate,
don't.
I appreciate what you
No,
do for the
you have
library.
No respect.
I appreciate
Get
what you do
out
for the
now.
library. I appreciate what you do for the library.
Get
But there's
out.
no need to be like this. No need to speak to a member of the public like
You
this.
don't need to speak to members of staff like
I'll be
this.
definitely coming back to speak
No,
to
you
town
won't.
hall and see about you
I'm
getting
see that.
sacked
Have good luck with that.
because you cannot treat a member of the public this
cannot
way.
Disregard rules.
All you had to
of
do
this
is tell
place.
me what to do
We have
and then
told
go
you
back
what
to your
do.
thing and ring the police. You don't have to
We
follow
have
me
run
around
this way.
and harass me and carry on what like this muppet over here, member of the public, trying to tell me what to do.
Are you a resident of Cumberland Council?
None of your business.
Or a reg- Actually, it is because
It's not none of your business.
Cumberland
It's
Council.
none of your business.
Actually, it is. He's just directed you to leave. You're not lawfully here. You're not paying towards the services. making
These guys
the
were
place
nice and
work.
polite.
So
Thank
I'm
you very
gonna
much
ask
for
him
being
to
polite.
leave Again, for about the 12th time.
Who are you? I'm not listening to you.
He is
Yeah,
asking
well, you should be
multiple
listening
times.
to us, sir.
I would listen to you if you didn't have, if this guy didn't come over and grab my stuff and carry on like this. And you,
Actually, you
Well,
intend to remain here.
so,
Technically, you break the rule first. Fine.
mate, it's a rule. It's not a law. It's okay. It's not a big thing.
Actually,
It's not a big problem, brother.
No,
brother.
it is a big
It's
thing.
not a big problem,
We've had
brother.
us people
It's not a big
police
problem,
going
brother.
before.
For recording,
Yes,
and they followed you.
yes.
Holy shit. I'm not leaving the scene of, of a crime. I'm going to stay here until the police get here.
You gotta stay now. It's so hilarious when they say, "Oh, the police are coming." Well, that just means I'm going to stay longer now because I can't leave now. I can't flee the scene.
Don't go, brother. Wait for the police.
Actually, I'd just like a photo of you. It's apparently okay to video everyone else in the place here. And you'll have no objections whatsoever of myself or them taking a photo of you, recording that and deciding that you can't be fitted on the premises again. You have no objections to that. You'd like to take your sunglasses off so that you can be easily recognised and decide whether or not they'd like you on their premises.
Oh, look at
How do
this
you feel
guy.
about that?
Look at this
Really,
guy.
really good? No, you're going to hide your face behind your camera, aren't you? Because you are an exception to the rules, aren't you?
Oh,
Everyone
look.
else has to have their
Look.
private.
So here he is, guys. You know how often this happens, right? Here he is demanding that he leave because he's in the library taking pictures. And then here comes this guy doing the exact same thing, taking pictures in the library. I mean, talk about NPCs again. This guy's got to be an NPC because there's no way you can be that dumb to not only call the police on someone for taking pictures in a library, but assault them and grab their stuff and act the way this guy is acting over someone taking pictures, and then pull your phone out and do the exact same thing. Non-playing character.
Somebody-
Violated.
But look, hey,
It's not okay for you to
excuse
have
me,
your
sir.
privacy
He's recording he's recording in here.
violated. I'm
Is
just
he allowed
saying,
to record in here? Is he allowed to record in here? He just broke the rules. Are you going to kick him out?
Now, you want to follow me?
Are you going to kick him out?
I'm leaving right now. If you'd like to video me, you're going to have to follow me outside.
running from the cops after grabbing my stuff. You're lucky, man.
Yeah, no,
Have a good day, sir.
follow me outside.
Have a good day. Pardon?
Now, if you have any interest
telling you
in
my name.
continuing a confrontation with me, maybe we can do it outside.
Oh, you invite me outside for a confrontation, are you?
I'm just saying, if you really
Are you inviting me out for a confrontation, are you?
walk down from here and see what they feel about your behaviour. Maybe if we just go down to the police station and have a discussion about what they think about you.
Yeah, brother.
They know you pretty well, do they? Well, if I walk straight in here, we're going to be somebody that you know, maybe an officer that you met before.
You're funny, man. You're a funny dude, eh?
Yeah, how about we just go inside, see what they want.
I love your laugh, though. That makes it so much better.
Let's see how the council feels about you coming in, just videoing everyone in the public place.
You think I'm worried and scared about the police? Not.
I think that, it might be a better place for you to be than in the middle of the night.
Doing my own thing, being quiet, polite, and you come up and grab my property because I was recording. You come up and grab my property and squeeze my camera. I'm allowed to record in a public place, aren't I? Yeah, that's fine. I'll go back outside and wait until you finish. But this guy here, I don't want nothing done, but this guy here thinks he has the right to walk up in a public library, start screaming at me. Listen for a second, stop butting, screaming at me and grab my phone and twist it and nearly break my equipment. Muppet. Yeah, I'll wait. All good. So you think if I was doing something wrong, they would have come out, run out and put handcuffs on me? You muppet.
This guy is just digging himself deeper and deeper and deeper.
All right, guys, I'll come back to you in a minute.
I mean, this guy is like, must be like Chad's uncle or something, like Australia.
It's a massive crime to record in a public place, and you think you got the right to put your hands on somebody else's property and try and take it and steal it? Hey, who's the criminal? You're the criminal. Fucking crim. I'm a law-abiding citizen recording in a public place, and you decide to grab my property, try and take it from me. Disgusting attitude. Hey, look, there's some detectives. Have a talk to them.
I think they're probably fairly busy. But that's something that's a requirement.
See, they don't care about me recording. I'm recording in a police station, public place. Muppet. Tell them I'll be out here waiting. Tell them I'll be out here waiting to get a bit of fresh air. Karen, male Karen.
He's a Chad. Chadio.
That's what you call an Australian Karen. Right there. Let's zoom in on this fella. Wow, this guy, man, really made my blood boil. I held my cool. Look at that, that's the face of a male Karen snitch. And there's the female one. You think they'd come running out if it was a crime? This guy, the look on this guy's face is priceless.
I think right now it's setting in that
Snitch. They snitch.
he
Look
messed
on his
up.
face, it's priceless. It's priceless.
And it was at this moment that he realized he fucked up.
There you go, fellas. Yeah, not too bad. Is it illegal to record in the library? Is it illegal for someone to come up and grab your property out of your hand? Snatch it? All right, no worries. Thank you. I just wanted a quick question.
Yeah, see, they can't stand him either. You know, they're going through the motions. They know there's nothing they can do, but they don't like Aussie here either. Because I bet you if this Chadio over here would have stopped them to try to ask them a question like that, they would have stopped and been like, I know, you know, he's just being annoying.
Still waiting. It's going to take forever. Forever. I just put this in the bin. It's the only bin around. He's coming back. I'm at the police station. Tell him I'm over at the police station. I'm standing inside the police station waiting to speak to him. There's no law being broken by recording in a library, so I don't know why he's ringing the police.
Hello? Okay. All right.
Are they coming?
Yeah, they said
Okay, no worries. Thank you, mate. Thank you for ringing the police. You're a good man.
Yeah, man, he's an outstanding citizen. He'll protect everyone from this guy's camera. Dangerous.
There you go, sir. Yeah, just before bloody oath I was, and a man came up to me and grabbed my equipment out of my hand, snatched it. This bloke here on the left. There's no law against recording in a robbery.
Well, I'm not going to get this. If they don't want you to record,
Yeah, I was doing a quick loop, and this man had nothing to do with the library, and come over and grabbed my property out of my hand.
okay.
Is that a crime?
Sorry, listen to
Is
me.
that a crime?
You shouldn't be filming him. It's private
I
property.
wasn't filming him. He was nowhere near in my camera.
Had been directed by library staff for 10 minutes.
You're not even the staff, and you come over and grab my property. You were not even in the camera. Yeah, oh, what? He's allowed to break the law, but you're going to sort it out.
No one's breaking the law.
He broke the law. He snatched my property and turned my camera out of my hand, sir. That's all it was. And I was polite over there. I was having a
You
chat.
Go out over there, and I'll speak to you in a second.
I want to see what this guy says. I've got the right to hear what this guy
No, you
says.
don't have the right to
We'll take him in the back room because it's a public place.
Just go outside there, and I'll speak to you shortly.
I want to see what this guy says because I don't want him to lie. I want proof on camera
Mate,
that he's lying. I've got the proof. I've got the
I'm
footage.
happy to put you can put it on YouTube, and I'm happy for you to do all those sorts of things. I know you're in there. You're doing it for a confrontation.
No, I wasn't.
I'm now asking you to just go outside.
I was not doing it for a confrontation, sir. I was there just to show my viewers the library.
So I'm asking
I'm
you to
having a
go
confrontation now because you're telling me a
I'm
load of crap.
asking you to
I'll
leave.
stand over here.
Good. Over there, well, I'll speak to
I'll
you.
stand here.
See, there it comes out, guys. You're doing it for a confrontation. I always talk about the narcissistic behavior of public employees and police especially. And here it is, guys. The guy that started the confrontation, this Chatio over here, isn't the one actually starting the confrontation. Apparently, Ozzy's the one starting the confrontation, right? The manipulation, man. I mean, it's crazy. I can't stand that. It's just, you know what it is, guys? It doesn't matter what country you're in. It's the sheep human mentality. It's just the social dynamics of human nature. How big of a pussy is this guy right here? That he's gonna go walk he doesn't even work there, man. He's just a patron. Gonna walk all the way over there, make this huge deal, waste taxpayer dollars over some guy recording, man. Like in kindergarten, this was the guy that the teachers told him all the time not to be a tattletale. That's this guy right here. Stop tattling. What are you tattling again this time, Chad? What do you do this time? Don't be a tattletale, Chad. That's this guy right here. Loser.
I'll keep you off the camera. Thanks very much for your day. See you later on. Okay? Have a nice day.
What about him grabbing my camera? I don't want to make a report. I'm not a snitch. I'm not a snitch like him. I'm not a snitch like him.
We're not taking a report.
You wouldn't take a report from a crime. And what was your name, sir?
There's my name there. Put it all
What
on
is it?
YouTube. Get all your
Chief
likes and
Inspector
off
Adam Phillips.
Okay. Have a
Based
good
at this
day.
station?
Yes. Off you go.
No worries.
See you later.
No worries. Have a good one, officer.
You too.
It's
now
a public
I'm
place.
asking you-
It's a public place.
Yeah.
I'm allowed to be here as long as I want.
Okay.
I'm not gonna. I'll keep my mouth shut from now on. You go back to doing your job. Go back inside. Do your job. Go and Sarge. What was your name?
Don't talk
Michael.
Just
Oh, just go back and do your job, man. I did nothing. I didn't break no law. And this man here decided, no, but 1 second.
I don't know what's going on.
I'll let you know. This man here decided to walk over. 1 second. This man here decided, I was just recording, and I started speaking to one of the people in the people that work in the library. And this crazy man just come out of nowhere from at the back of the room, come over and started like going off at me and screaming at me, and grabbed my camera and was trying to wrestle it out of my hand. That's a crime.
What's the crime?
I didn't trying to grab my property and take it. You can't touch what's extension of my arms. You can't touch my property. If I walk down the street and grab somebody's phone out of there, try grabbing somebody's phone. Listen, if I try grabbing somebody's phone and mate, mucking around, like that's still a crime. Same as that. It could be deemed an assault. I'm peaceful.
You said you're going to make a report.
I'm peaceful, sir. I'm peaceful. I'm not making a report. I don't.
Look, I just don't want to tell you this.
Well, this.
I think he should have made a report, man. And I understand like where you're going with this, that, you know, I don't want to be a snitch like this guy, but that's the only way these idiots learn. And if you're conducting an audit, you are testing their conduct, right? So you are testing whether they are going to uphold the law when a law was actually broken and not try to enforce an imaginary law for you recording in the library. That's the whole point of the audit. So I would have 100% said, I want to press charges on this guy to see if they're actually going to press charges on him.
This guy here, yeah, well, no, I don't, mate, this guy here caused me fear and alarm and carried on like
Okay, so
for
I'm
nothing.
just telling you now, the library don't want you back there, so you're not to go back there, okay?
I can go to a public place. It's a public
it's not
library.
no, you can go there, and they told you could go there, but you weren't
Yeah.
to film people there.
I wasn't
Now,
filming
no,
that.
listen,
I could show
listen to
you.
me, but
Can you
now,
listen to me for a
now,
second?
listen,
You're
no,
judge.
I'll listen to you.
Hey, come
You're
over
not
and speak
going
on.
back.
I'll go back there whenever I want.
Okay, go back there, you'll be arrested.
For what?
Okay?
For what?
Because you have been told.
Take your phone out and record, bro.
Okay, off you go.
Yeah.
Fucking pigs. But I'm sick of the way. I'm sick of the way.
And then now who's committing the offence?
It's not an offence to swear.
Isn't it?
No.
Keep your mouth shut.
It's not an offence to swear, mate.
Yes, it's offensive language.
No, it's not. No, it's not offensive language. Not you guys can't be.
Now, I'm now giving you a direction to move from here. If you do
Look at
not
this
move,
bully.
you will
Bully
be
boy.
arrested. Do you understand
Bully boy.
that?
Yeah, I'm outside.
Okay.
I'm outside.
Because your offensive language.
Bully
in-
boy.
in a
You
public
can't.
place.
You can't be a complainant.
Okay.
And there was no other members of the
Mate,
public around to be in a complainant. I read the law more than what you guys do.
Sure you do. Ken.
I study the law, and you guys don't. You're just a tyrant. You're a tyrant, and you are the chief inspector, and you're teaching all these tyrants how to be. Far out, Muppets.
Oh man. And look, we talk about all the good cops. Where are all the good cops stopping the bad cops? Look at all these guys. You know why? Because he's the boss. He's the head guy. And these other guys, you know, this other guy right here, though, this guy right here with the beard, and even this guy back here on the right, I think they think this guy's out of line. I mean, any reasonable person would think that this Inspector Adam Phillips is totally out of line right now, the way he's acting, dude. But I mean, what can they do? You know what I mean? They have families to feed. They can't lose their job. You know what I mean? It's hard to go against the alpha, guys. Just like in tribal times, it's hard to go against the alpha. But this guy's totally out of line, man.
I read the law more than what you guys do.
Sure you do. Ken.
I study the law, and you guys don't. You're just a tyrant. You're a tyrant, and you are the chief inspector, and you're teaching all these tyrants how to be. Far out, Muppets. Wow, that was a good video, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. That's what you call a tyrant at Auburn Police Station. Tyrant.
You know what, dude? I think that, and I get it, bro. You did a great job on this one, holding your ground. And you might have had some people in the comments saying, oh, hey, you know, you should have stayed in there. And I totally get it, dude. But you did a really good job holding your ground for as long as you did. But I honestly think if you would have just said, no, I'm staying in here, you're not going to bully me out of this lobby here, I think this guy would have backed down. I think you could have called his bluff. I'm not saying that he wouldn't have arrested you, but if I had to guess, I think that he was just bluffing.
I got one too. the chief inspector trying to go push a crime out of a lawful activity.
So look, now he's going over there to the library. People that are supposed to be there to protect you, protect your rights, going over there to collude in the library. Piece of trash, man.
For how long? For how long and when?
Well, I'm just letting you know.
For how long and when?
I'm telling you, that
But,
your conduct.
just chill, man.
Okay.
Chill.
No,
Take
because I'm
it-
wasting too much time.
De-escalate. Take it
I'm
down a
telling
level.
you that if you come back into this.
Take it
this
down a
library,
level.
You will be arrested for trespass.
De-escalate.
Okay?
De-escalate.
Okay.
Trespass.
Go for your life, yeah?
I should just take the arrest because it'd be an easy lawsuit against you. Talking about a bunch of rubbish, especially saying you would not take a report on my crime.
You've been warned.
Especially saying you would not take a report on the crime that was committed against me because I'm making the report. Tyrants. Backup has arrived. Oh, you got me photo. You'll find out who I am. All right, guys.
It's easy for someone to say, hey, you know what? In the comment section, oh, I would have just went right back in there and said, hey, let's go, go walk right into that library. But until you're actually faced with that situation and, your adrenaline is pumping and your heart's pounding, like you can't say that you would do that. You know what I mean? So kudos to you, man. Good job, bro. It's a difficult situation, man. It really is, dude. I mean, it's hard because government is such a big beast. And then even if you do take the arrest and then you say, hey, it's going to be an easy lawsuit. If it's anything like the United States, man, it's not actually an easy lawsuit, dude. I mean, Carolina and Fort Worth just got convicted of interference for what she did, which was not physical at all. She wasn't physically interfering and she got freaking slammed into the concrete, knocked unconscious, almost died. And she got found guilty. So, these people, these keyboard warriors, they want to act like, oh, if it was me, I would have just went back in there and took the arrest, man. Yeah, okay. Well, where's all your videos that shows that you did that?
Let's leave it there. I'm not here to antagonize, but I'm here to record.
Dude, you are absolutely not here to antagonize, man. Like this was not an antagonistic audit whatsoever. And here's the thing is this, again, it's not always really what's lawful. It's what the jury thinks. And in my opinion, a jury would have seen this particular situation and been like, wow, this guy who was acting totally reasonable, totally calm, and everyone else was acting like a freaking lunatic. I think you would have had a really good chance of beating the charges if it went all the way to a jury trial.
The police, and that's about it. This is Auburn Police at Cumberland Council offices, and that's over and out. Peace out, good people. Laters. Wow, these tyrants. These fuckers here. Excuse me, guys. Now that is Auburn Police Station, Auburn Civic Centre, Auburn Public Library, and I'm trespassed. Oh, madness. Have a good one, guys. Laters.
And in the United States, you can still file the lawsuit. So I don't know if you could do that. I mean, you could still file a lawsuit in the United States. You don't have to be actually arrested. So I don't know how it is out there, but dude, good job, man. I'm glad that I subscribed to you before I even looked at the video because I did. But dude, like this is such a good video, man. I want to, really want to showcase that video now on the DMA channel, bro. But it just it won't get any views right now, man. But like, dang, dude, maybe I'll do something. Maybe I'll do something on the 2.0 channel. I'm gonna do something on that, bro, because you're badass, bro. Seriously, real talk, man. You're good, bro. Let me see how many subscribers you have. I can't. This dang thing won't. Hold on. Stupid thing. But I mean, he already knew what it was. He's like, "Oh, you're just here to start a confrontation." Like he already knows about the shit. Okay, so he's got 9.78 thousand subscribers. Hold on, let me put this up on the screen. Okay, so he's got. Oh, whoops. Oh. He's got 9.78 thousand subscribers. I just subscribed. Why does it say not subscribed? I already subscribed. See how YouTube does that? Put the bell on always. 507 comments. Let's check it. Let's check this guy's channel out. 374 videos. He's got almost 4 million views. He's got his membership set up. Let's see. Oh, look, Jenny's a member. So let's see. I wish I could see all the members, but that looks familiar too. The shield. But I think that's Jenny right there. Dude, man, I'm impressed, bro. I gotta be for real, man. That was a badass video, dude. Good job, man. For real, dude. Oh, yeah. He said, Brandon Mitchell said a year, July 21st, 2023. Yeah, man. So just, like barely over a year and a half almost. Wow, dude. So if you guys are not subscribed to Aussie Nathan, you got to go do that right away, man. Guy's badass, dude. There's not very many I don't know of any Australian auditors. You're the only one I know of. I really only know the American ones. American ones are the most popular. But I know there's a lot of Canadian ones, a decent amount anyways, and there's a decent amount of like English ones. But I've never seen any Australian ones. Dude, that inspector, freaking whatever his name was, man, that guy was a piece of trash, dude. Can't stand that guy. He's one of those guys, it makes your blood boil. You get all pissed off watching it. Like, man, you're a disgrace, bro. You do not deserve to have that badge at all. And those other officers are going to act the same way that he's acting now because he's teaching them. It's a culture that they create. Bear Britain audits. Nasty Nathaniel just did a couple audits in England. I showcased a couple of his audits on the 2.0 channel. You're too emotional? Well, do you think that women are by nature more emotional than men? The reason why men and women go together, right? It's a duality. Like the 3D reality that we live in is dualistic by nature. Good, bad, up, down, left, right, male, female, hot, cold, good, bad, right? You can't go so far up that there's no more down. There's always going to be down. So like, you know, saying that like women are emotional would be like saying women are too emotional to be in the army. Would be the equivalent of saying, you know, men are too they're not compassionate enough, or they're not emotional enough, they're not empathetic enough to raise a child, right? Not saying that a man can't raise a child. Of course he can be a single dad. Not saying that a woman can't be in the army. Of course she can. It's just not ideal, right? It's not the best outcome for the child for a man to solely raise a child, because they're only getting that masculine energy. They're only getting that logical, you know, lay the law down type of energy. They're not getting that nurturing energy, and that puts the child at a disadvantage. Same thing with a woman. If the woman's raising the child solely, you know, a lot of women will say, "Oh, you don't need a man to raise a child." Well, yeah, I mean, of course you don't need a man to raise a child. So I mean, it's a good idea, right? Because they're not getting that masculine energy. And then a lot of kids that are raised by just their mom, they end up being juvenile delinquents, right? Because they don't have that masculine energy to lay the law down. They just run amok. They don't listen to their mom. They're disobedient. They're defiant. So that's the thing, you know, about men and women, is that when they come together, they create this balance, right? So again, duality. You have masculine and feminine, and then together they create a balance. And that's what makes human beings successful as a, you know, dominant species of Earth. But like women, and I've said this, I don't remember which panel I said this on, but recently I said this, that I don't think that women should be police officers. And I don't think, for a long time, women weren't allowed in the military. I mean, I don't think they should be allowed in the military. I don't think they should be firewomen. And the reason is because now in the military, do you know how many women have even tried to be a Navy SEAL? 0. Have even tried to be a Navy SEAL. Because it's too difficult for them. Dude, I'm a man and I wouldn't want to do it. No thanks. I mean, I wouldn't join the military anyways, because I think it's immoral to mass unalive people because a politician told me to. Right? I mean, if I go mass unalive a bunch of people out here that, you know, I just don't like, you know, I get the death sentence or I get locked in a cage for the rest of my life. But if you do it because a politician told you to, then, you know, you get a lifetime of praise and medals and, you know, pension and all that. Right. But to my point, though, is that women don't want to do that because it's a difficult task. Women aren't designed to do that. Like this whole feminism thing of women can do everything that a man can do. Well, women weren't really designed to do everything a man can do. They're designed to do everything that a man can't do. Duality, remember? That's the whole point. And so like men aren't supposed to do everything that a man can do. Like, you know, like when women will say, oh, well, if a woman, you know, if she makes her own money, you know, she's a boss bitch and all that stuff, like I'm a bad bitch, I'm a boss bitch. Like men just get intimidated by that. It's like, no, dude, we're not intimidated by that. We're just annoyed. We're annoyed by that. Right? Because you're demonstrating masculine qualities. That's masculine traits. Like I'm not attracted to masculinity. I'm attracted to femininity, softness, submissiveness, right? Like if a man, let's say like you were dating a guy and he couldn't go out to eat because, oh man, he needs a haircut, something fierce. And, you know, I don't have enough time to get ready, you know, and every time you guys get ready, the man takes like, you know, way longer than you to get ready. You know what I mean? Like, are you going to be attracted to that? Like, is that something you're looking for in a man? No, but are you going to be intimidated by that? Probably not, right? You're just going to be annoyed by it. Same thing with us. We're not intimidated by the fact that you have a nice career. We're just kind of annoyed by it. You know what I mean? Like when you try to throw it in our faces. So that's all I'm saying. Did I get myself a real job yet? I have a real job. Did you miss the live stream for Auditor Watch? Did you miss it, bro? The one where my attorney was right when he said that I have a real job and that they can't force me to quit my self-employment job to get a real job, as you guys kept saying. Stop listening to your troll channel buddies, and it'll do you some good. So, no, I'm going to continue to do audits and cop watches. And my probation officer, she's super cool, and she's like, "Oh yeah, we're not going to make you quit your job. You can still record police." And I just have to let her know every time I have police contact, and I've already let her know a bunch of times. I've had a bunch of police contact, and I just text her, and she's like, "Oh, thanks for letting me know." And that's it, Mr. Frauditor Watch. So I have a real job there, buddy. Sorry to burst your bubble, tough guy. But you know why you probably don't know that I don't have to get a real job? It's because your troll channel buddies wouldn't dare publish the video where I came out and said that I don't have to get a real job, right? They're only going to post the videos that they can try to spin to make me look bad, but they're not going to post a video where they're like, "Oh, I was wrong. Remember this whole time that I was telling all of you guys that DMA is going to have to get a real job? Well, guess what? He doesn't have to now." Of course, they're not going to publish that video. That's why you don't know. Moron. Get a life, buddy. You're an idiot. Nice try, though. Loser. So yeah, that was my a little spiel. Did I lose you? Slip your punches? Because this is kind of the stuff that like I'm going to be talking on this channel anyways. Is this is me. You know what I mean? This is kind of like my beliefs, stuff that I don't really talk about on the DMA channel because it has nothing to do with that. But I do believe in like gender roles. You know what I mean? And I believe in duality, and I believe that the man should be responsible for certain things. The man should take out the trash, and the man should fix things around the house and stuff like that. You know what I mean? And the woman should be in charge of the woman jobs. You know what I mean? The woman should be the nurturing one. She should, take care of the household, type of stuff. You know what I mean? And like, really, I wish it could be like it was in the 50s when we had a strong economy, like when the Federal Reserve didn't really screw us over so bad yet. But when you could just graduate from high school and go work at a factory and make plenty of money, like that's why the baby boomers are like, "Oh, what these kids these days, and can't get a house and blah blah blah." It's like, dude, we have it harder, man. Like you could literally just graduate from high school, go get a job at a factory, and make enough money to where your wife didn't have to work, raise an entire family, have a brand new car for you and your wife, and a mortgage and everything, dude. Try to do that on graduating high school today with one income, dude. No, it's not even close to possible, dude. Not even close. I mean, if you make $100,000 a year, that used to be like a lot of money. $100,000 a year now for one income, and you got a wife and like 3 kids and a mortgage and like car payment, dude, that's like, you're like struggling. That's like nothing, dude. It's like barely enough to live. You know what I mean? So, but I do agree that, I do think that I wish that it could be that way, to where the wife could just, I could make plenty of money and the wife could just take care of the house. Because I can't even take care of stuff on my own. I'm over here doing everything by myself. I wish like, I just had a wife that could do all this stuff for me, and I could just take care of all the making the money for the house, and she could take care of all this stuff because I don't have enough time. You know what I mean? It makes you more of an effective, efficient couple when you can do it that way. So I think the gender roles are important, and the woman, takes care of the kids and takes care of the laundry and cleaning the house and make sure, dinner, and then the guy is, taking care of the bills and making the money. You know what I mean? I think that's the most effective way to have a household, and it's the most successful way. Right on. Sure, slip your punches. And a lot of women today, it's like they're just, again, they're just by society, they can do everything a man can do, and they can't do everything that a man can do. They just can't. Like, if you ask a woman what she wants in a man, like, she'll slip your punches. Like, your ideal mate, right? What most women would say, and let me know if you agree with this, they want a man that's stronger than them, that's taller than them, that's more competent than them, which means that you can make rational decisions and you can lead correctly. You're competent. Makes more money than them. Did I already say that? So taller, stronger, competent, and makes more money. That's what women typically want from a man. So by that definition, you want a man that is superior than you. That's not equal. That's superior. So if you want a man that's superior, but a lot of today's women, they don't want to submit at all. They don't want a man to tell them what to do. Don't tell me what to do. You know what I mean? But like, they're perfectly fine with their boss telling them what to do. So they go to work and their boss says, hey, do this, that, and this, that, and the other thing. And yes, sir. Right? Some man that they don't know or have any vested interest in. But the man that she chose to marry and start a family with, if he tries to give her any direction, hey, babe, can you do this for me? Oh, don't tell me what to do. And again, like we talk about tyranny, like your wife should be your queen. There's a king and a queen. She's not your servant, right? So you don't rule with tyranny. Tyranny is defined as ruling with oppressive authority. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying she's your queen. So if I ask you to do something, you take my direction because you trust in my leadership. The reason that you aligned with me in the first place is because you trust in me to lead us to abundance. As a leader, men lead, women follow. It's the natural order of things. Doesn't mean that you're better than them. I mean, technically, by my definition, they are superior. But like, women will want, again, a man that makes more money, taller, stronger, right? Competent, to be able to take the reins and not have to worry about things. So they want someone that's superior, but they don't want, but they want the responsibility of, of like a child, right? How does that make any sense? And that's why a lot of men, especially the younger generation, they don't want to get married because it's a lose situation for them. I mean, 50% of marriages end up in divorce, and 90% of the women initiate the divorce. Men don't leave the women. Sure, slip your punches. Out of all the relationships you've been in, how many times did somebody break up with you? Did you break up with the boyfriend every single time, or at least 9 times out of 10? See, men will stay in the relationship. They don't leave. And if a man does leave the relationship, that's like a red flag, because men don't do that. So women are always looking for the bigger, better deal. They always think the grass is greener. They can do better. So it's a lose situation for the guy. Why would I get married? So that she can just leave and then divorce me, and then she takes the kids. Now I got to pay child support, and now I got to pay alimony even. It's a lose. It's a lose for the guy. So if I'm going to invest and I'm going to marry you, put a name on it and be legally married through the government, you have to meet this criteria. But if a guy says, hey, I am setting these healthy boundaries, this is what I expect. Well, a healthy boundary to a woman, you're insecure. You're insecure, right? But a woman can set healthy boundaries, right? Like, women can do that stuff all the time, and it's perfectly fine. You can't do this, you can't do that. But as soon as a guy does it, you're insecure, right? And it's not misogynistic. This is just the truth. This is the way it's been for millennia, and it works. If you look at any successful marriage, that's the way that it is. It's the guy's the leader and the woman is the queen. But like, here's the thing too, is like, the guy should have the final decision in things. But if you're a good woman, like when I am, like, let's say for me and Sweet Tea, I would ask, like, I trust Sweet Tea, right? So I would ask her things. I'd be like, hey, this is what I'm thinking about doing. What do you think? And she would tell me her opinion. And I'm asking her opinion because I'm aligning with her because I trust her. So many times she would tell me her opinion and I'll say, yeah, you're right. Thank you. So I still get the final say, but really she's getting the final say though, right? Like she's saying what she thinks and I'm taking her advice, but I get the final say. You see what I'm saying? So if women would think that way instead of, oh, you know, no man tell me nothing, I'm running the show. It's like, dude, that's why men get so depressed, dude, and like marriages fall apart because the man has no purpose. The man, it's a natural instinct for men to lead. And if I can't lead, I'm not even in control of my own household, they're going to be miserable. You know, you go into these like marriages and like they're crap and you can tell they're crap. And like the guy's depressed and you can just tell. And you ask the guy, hey, can you help me? I need help with my lawnmower. You know what I mean? Like I can't start my lawnmower. Or like a woman, or like, you know, like a woman says, hey, babe, can you help me with this? Can you help me hang the shelf or something like that, right? Like you can see his eyes will light up. Yeah, I can help you. I can do that because he's feeling important. It's like I have purpose now, right? But when women are saying, oh, I don't need no man, women can do everything a man can do. Well, then what point do I even have? Like, what's my purpose now? You know what I mean? If you can do everything I can do, see what I'm saying? But here's the thing, like women can't do everything a man can do. Again, like I've heard women say, oh, if all men, only thing we need men for is to reproduce. If all men vanished off the face of the planet, we'd be fine. But in reality, if all women vanished off the face of the planet, men would be fine until we couldn't reproduce anymore, but we would live a full life. Women would be dead. And my proof of this, you ever seen that show Survivor, where they took all the women and put them on an island together and took all the men, took them on an island together? The men were building a hierarchy. This is the alpha. This is the alpha right below. This is, you know, the hierarchy. Everyone had tasks. They were working together as a team, building fires, right? Getting their food. The women like gave up after like 12 hours, dude. They couldn't handle it. And then, you know, like all the jobs that run the country are men, not because women can't do them, because they don't want to do them, just like they don't want to be Navy SEALs, right? If all men just died off the face of the planet, dude, like we wouldn't have electricity in like a day, right? Water would be gone, no running water. Like you think that stuff just goes on its own? There's men that are in charge of that are keeping the electricity on. It's not just going to stay on its own going forever, dude. Like that's crazy, man. You know what I mean? Like infrastructure, it's 99% men. Like the roads will be in shambles after like 6 months. You won't be able to drive down the roads. You know, potholes galore. And I mean, so that's what I'm saying, guys. Oh, here we got one. Triggered. Yes. And yes, and yes. See, like you seem like a good woman. She'll slip your punches. You seem like a keeper. I mean, not very many American women are like that anymore. Like the way that women were like for our grandparents, those are the good women. You know what I mean? And in other cultures, like a lot of Asian cultures, they're still good. Like American women nowadays, man, it's such a turnoff for me. Like if a girl's like a 9 or a 10, like as soon as she starts opening her mouth, she drops down to like a 5 for me. I'm like, oh, dude, no. Like, yeah, you're pretty, but I could never see myself like settling down with you. There's no way, dude. I'd drive myself crazy trying to put up with you. Oh yeah. So bro, he says something. He said something up here I was going to respond to. Oh yeah, dude. Right on, dude. I appreciate you, man. Like that was a badass video, bro. And I'm not just saying that, dude. That was good. I'm impressed, man. Keep up the good work, bro. I'm going to do something about that video on 2.0 or something like that. I'll do like a little panel on it or something. And sometimes, you know, that type of auditing, like, you know, the Long Island audit style, it is more effective. Like on Long Island says, you know, it's more effective to do it the way that I do it. And it's true. It is more effective. It's not the only way, but it is more effective. It's just that sometimes I think Long Island is too nice. That's the thing. Overall, clearly he's had the biggest impact. But sometimes, just my personal opinion, I think he's too nice. You know what I mean? And like, I'm very nice. And like, people used to compare me to him, especially when I first started. But you can't please everyone, because when you're really nice, people will say, oh, you're too nice to these tyrants. And then, you know, if you start to become more assertive, oh, you're just another disrespectful auditor. So you can't please everyone. But my personal style that I think is the best is I reciprocate. And I actually saw a comment today from somebody, because a lot of people come in from my shorts, and the shorts come in a wide audience, and the long form videos are a specific targeted audience, like you guys. And somebody was like, you know, when I first saw this video, I was like, oh, this guy's just an asshole. But then I realized that you're only reciprocating the energy that they bring you. Keep up the good work, bro. And I was like, thank you. Somebody that gets it, man. I reciprocate your energy. I go in and I'm nice. I don't have any reason to be mean or try to start a confrontation, especially here in Colorado. I don't need to try to, you know, to start something, dude. Like, it just happens on its own very easily. Everyone's a Karen out here, dude. So, you know, I reciprocate, and you're nice to me and I'm nice to you. And I show the contrast in my videos, the people that are nice and how I respond to them and how great of an interaction it is. And then the people that act crazy, I'm not just going to you're not just going to walk all over me. And I, you know, I think I'm a nice guy. I'm a spiritual person. I have a spiritual channel, and I think I'm a good person. But just because I'm a spiritual person and I believe to be, you know, I'm an empath, doesn't mean that I'm a doormat. You're not going to walk all over me, right? You can be a spiritual person and be a spiritual badass, right? And that's how I am. That's how I like to be. So respect is a two-way street. You know what I mean? So hold on a second. Wait, are you guys actually in a relationship? Do you live in the Denver area? She'll slip your punches. Like, I'm starting to think you guys are actually like a couple now. Yeah, it took him forever to touch his backyard. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people were saying stuff like that. Oh, so you're moving over to go be with her. Have you guys met? Have you met yet? I don't have any problems with LIA. The only issue that I have with him is that sometimes I feel like he gets bullied. Like he gets bullied off of a sidewalk or whatever. You know, I've seen that before, and I'm like, oh man, I can't watch this, dude. You know, I don't like watching that. But clearly he's had the biggest impact of any other auditor. You know, he gets the most views. He's got the most subscribers. He's the biggest. He's like the face. And so, you know, I've been subscribed to him since he had I think he had like around 13,000 subscribers when I found him. And I've been subscribed to him ever since. Oh. Okay. Kume. Yeah, the apology letter wasn't good. He finally came out and like kind of admitted to the apology letter, but you know, we all make mistakes too, and I'm not going to hold him to that. You know, he came clean with that, and that should just be over. But it wasn't a good look for sure. I mean, he's really good friends with like cops and you know, like Detective Matt Thornton. I actually let's look and see. I'll show you guys because I actually have not even looked at this. I messaged Detective Matt Thornton and I did not see. Oh, here he goes. Let's read it. Oh, let me read it first to make sure because I told him I wouldn't put him on blast. So let me just make sure that, and I'll show you what he said. Okay. I don't want to put him on blast because I told him I wouldn't, but I'm just reading through this message that he gave me. And Detective Matt Thornton is he's solid dude, man. He's a solid dude. And I don't agree with everything that Detective Matt Thornton says and does because he's a cop. But, and I don't agree. I think that just by the very nature of being a police officer makes them bad. And it's inherently bad. Like I've said, Detective Matt Thornton didn't start out as Detective Matt Thornton, right? He started out as rookie cop doing traffic enforcement and stuff. So, but at least he's respectful to people and he does honor his oath to the most that you can be and keep your job as a police officer. If a police officer honored their oath like to the max, they'd just be fired, dude. That's how bad the corruption is, right? Because if a police officer honored their oath to the max, they would never arrest someone for not having a gun permit, right? Shall not be infringed. But if they said, oh, I'm not going to enforce that law, which they should, if they're honoring their oath, they would say, that's unconstitutional. I refuse to enforce that. They just get fired. So the fact that he's still a cop and he's been a cop for this long means that he doesn't actually honor his oath. He just honors it more than most do, right? That's what that means. But like, you know, Direct D, he's wants to run for sheriff, and I'm not going to get into the details. It's not my place to say, but he told me a lot of the stuff that he wants to do as sheriff. He's not just like, hey, I'm just going to run for sheriff, guys. Like, no, he's put a lot of thought into this, and he has a lot of really good ideas as to how he's going to get elected and how he's going to make police turn into community policing, like real community policing, to where people aren't afraid of the police anymore. Like when a police officer is behind you and following you, do you feel protected or do you feel afraid? Oh, 10 and 2, don't got my seatbelt on. Oh, what's the speed limit? Right? That's how people feel. Even if you're a bootlicker, that's how you feel. It shouldn't be that way. You should be like, oh, cool, there's a cop behind me, right on. You know what I mean? That's how it should be, but it's not. And so that's what he wants to change, to where people aren't just so afraid of the police. And he has a lot of good ideas on how to change that. And if it works and it's successful, it's going to make national news. He's already, you know, a pretty popular guy. If he becomes sheriff, that's going to make national news. And then if he actually changes the city to where it's very successful, the way he's implementing things, people are going to have to recognize it. And if you don't follow the way he's doing it, well, now you're just being stubborn, dude. Now you're going to look bad. So there's a lot more. This is just the beginning, guys. This is like the beginning of the activism that we're trying to do here. So I support my friend Direct D to the max, dude. And some people don't like him, but you know, he's a really highly intelligent guy, man. And he's got a lot of good ideas. For the most part, bro, like, yeah, I understand what you're saying. And a lot of libertarians think that too. I'm not going to vote for my own master and stuff like that. But I mean, voting does change things. I mean, it does. And Adam Kokesh said, hey, you know, you vote for me, man, I'm going to abolish the federal government, right? It is one means to accomplish a goal, but if you go about it like, if you're just voting for the right or the left, that's two wings of the same bird, right? Nothing really changes. I mean, when Biden was president, a lot of things changed for the worse, right? I mean, a 12 pack of soda is like $11 now. You know what I mean? A bottle of honey was like $13. I eat peanut butter and honey sandwiches. I bought some honey the other day. $13 for a bottle of honey? Dude, like the country's way worse. But for the most part though, right? If you get a president in there who has dementia and is, not mentally fit to run a country, of course things are going to get bad. But for the most part, when a Democrat or Republican is in charge, I mean, what really changes, right? You still got perpetuating endless war. You still got the deficit getting higher and higher and higher. You still got police state. You still got mass welfare, right? Nothing really changes. It's just, it's like an illusion that things are going to be different, but it's not really different. Yes, the guy that I wanted won, and now we're going to try to enforce our will on the other half. You know what I mean? I mean, that's what democracy is, really. It's majority rules. And it's like, it's funny how they always refer to the United States as a democracy. Well, we haven't given people a chance to choose democracy. We haven't given Iraq a chance to choose democracy, and like a democracy. Dude, we don't live in a democracy. Because they do that because they're trying to I think it's like it's like a psyop to get you used to democracy. So when democracy really comes in, that it's like, oh yeah, it's democracy. And democracy is a horrible form of government, dude. Read the quotes of the founders of this country that talk about democracy, how bad it is. We don't live in a democracy, guys. Democracy is majority rule. It's the 51% enforcing their will on the 49%. That's what it is. That's not what a constitutional republic is, what we live in. And if we could only get the people in charge to honor their oath, it would be good. So constitutional republic is you vote and you elect public officials, and these public officials are entrusted to make laws for the people. It's not like we're voting on this and this is the law now. And, we believe this 51% is all we need. And you guys have to do it. You vote for the officials to do that for you, but they have to make the laws coincide with the Constitution, but they don't do that. That's the problem. I mean, the thousands of unconstitutional laws, right? So it's kind of why it doesn't work, because on paper it sounds good, but government can't actually follow their own rules, so it doesn't actually work. You know what I mean? That's why I think that, we could just be better off without government, and people it'd be, chaos. Well, I mean, this current system we have right now doesn't actually work. So, I mean, I don't know what would work. I just know this isn't working. And I did something, I post my little anarchy stuff a lot on my community posts, and people talk. So one of the main things, about the United States government, we're going to have chaos and anarchy doesn't mean chaos. It doesn't. But people, they think that it means chaos. But, without the military, we're screwed. And that's what they want you to think. Remember I talked about we live in the most peaceful times in human history, right? But if you watch mainstream media, they're going to make you think that it's a scary place. Well, that's what they want you to think. That we're just going to be invaded, right? But, in World War II, that's one thing that Adam Kokesh told me. He said, one thing we've learned from history is that we don't learn from history. And in World War II, we didn't learn from history. In World War II, Hirohito from Japan, when he was asked why he didn't invade the mainland, he said, because there would be a rifle behind every blade of grass. That's the point of the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment is why we don't get invaded. It's not because of the standing army. Standing armies make you less safe. And the founders knew that. That's why they were actually against the idea of standing armies. That's why the Second Amendment exists, to have well-organized and regulated militias. That's your best defense against being invaded. But I mean, essentially, if you're a society like the United States, why would somebody want to invade us in the first place? They'd want to invade us because they want to govern you, right? Just like your government is already doing right now. They say, hey, look at these Americans over here. They like paying taxes. They're sheep. They think they need a government. Let's go over there and take over that tax base. That's the whole reason why someone would want to invade the United States. But if you're a society that refuses to be governed and you're well armed, I mean, they can't just come in here and take over the United States and just nuke the place. Like, what good does that do them? They nuke it, you know what I mean? Or bomb the hell out of it, dude. So they have to spend trillions of dollars to refix it, right? They'd have to send boots on the ground. But like, if you have boots on the ground and you have 300 million Americans, that's why the more people that are armed, the better, the safer we are, not the less safe. Put all our trust in the standing armies. That's stupid, man. Right? Like, if everyone was armed, everyone had a gun, had multiple guns in their household, and they come over here and invade our country, you think that people are just going to like bow down? Okay. No, man, they're not going to be able to do anything. Just like Hirohito said, there'd be a rifle behind every blade of grass. And we're the most armed country in the world. So that's my opinion on being invaded. You know, you got to, it's got to, like, again, you got to have an open mind, and like, people that are in our community have open minds. That's why I wanted to get into this auditing thing, because this is my true intention, guys, is to spread this message of true freedom, true liberty, not this free American stuff that we have now under a government and a constitution. No, but like, if I can get into this, this is just a stepping stone for me, because the people in this community are open-minded. So if I can just change one person's mind, and I think I can change more than one person's mind, but if I can change one person's mind out of my 100 and whatever million views I have on YouTube, one person, and that person can change one person's mind, and that person changes one person's mind. See how it goes, right? Like when you have a penny and then you double it, and then you double it again the next day, and you keep doubling it. Eventually it ends up being like, you know, $1 billion pretty quickly, actually, too. See how it works? Oh, dude. Yep. That's the number one thing that they do right away. As soon as they do that, what? I mean, look at the Democrats. They're trying so hard. Why do you think they hate Trump so bad? And trust me, I'm not a Trump supporter, dude, but I'm not going to deny the facts. I mean, people like these people in the 1A that think, oh, Trump's their hero and blah, blah, blah. Like when he's going to like give cops unlimited immunity and stuff. Like, you think he's going to make it? Do you think Trump knows about First Amendment auditors? You think he likes us? No. These First Amendment auditors and cop auditors that love Trump. I'm like, dude, you're an idiot. He hates us, dude. Right? I mean, don't get me wrong. The country was definitely better when he was in charge. Sure. But I mean, dude, we can do so much better. But anyways, what I'm saying is, you know, the Democrats, they want to take the guns away. They do. They pretend like they don't, but they do. Because they can't just come out and say, yeah, we want to take everyone's gun away. Because, you know, that's not going to work out. You got to do it slowly. First, you got to take away the magazines, the high capacity magazines. Then you got to take away the bump stocks. Then you got to take away slowly. But you don't need that many rounds to hunt. Right? Even though the Second Amendment has literally nothing to do with hunting. Like the founders, when they wrote the Second Amendment, it's like, let people be able to hunt. Right? Like, no, dude, it's to protect yourself. It's protect life and liberty against tyranny. That's what it's about. They just got done fighting a war against a tyrannical government, the British. They understood how important the Second Amendment was. So as soon as the government starts trying to take away your guns, that's a clear sign of corruption. But people don't understand that. People are like, oh, if somebody's breaking into your house, you just call the cops. I've heard Democrats say that. Oh, you just call the police. Well, that's like saying, oh, well, you don't need a fire extinguisher in your house, because if a fire starts, then you just call the fire department. That's literally the exact same thing. See how stupid that sounds? Because when you call the police, when seconds count, police are minutes away. And when a fire starts in your house, when a second counts, firemen are minutes away. That's why you have fire extinguisher in your house, right? Protect yourself. Take care of it yourself. Don't call another man to come help you. That's like last resort, dude. Like, oh, the fire extinguisher didn't work. It's out of control blaze. You know what I mean? Now I need the fire department here. I can't do this myself. Same thing with the police. Yo, what's up, Generally Specific? They want to force a rebellion by acting tyrannical in order to declare martial law to take weapons. Yes. And it's on a verge right now. Like, again, I'm not a Trump supporter. I think we can do much better, but he has put a wrench in their agenda, in the New World Order agenda, the Bilderberg Group, right? The Illuminati, whatever you want to call it, for sure. Because I don't think that he is part of the status quo. So that's why they're so up in arms about, again, I'm not a Trump supporter. I really am not, guys, but I'm not going to deny the facts. And that's why they make up all this stuff about him, like that he's racist and this and that. Everyone, all these black people all of a sudden hate Trump, even though like before he ran for president, you know that Trump was the number one public figure brought up in rap songs ever. More people in the 90s, black people, rapped about Trump than any other public figure. Yeah, I got money like Trump, blah, blah, blah. But now all of a sudden he's racist, right? He's not racist, guys. People say, oh, he's racist because he said that the Mexicans that come over here illegally are R words. They're SAs. You guys know what I'm talking about? Can't say these words. They're SAs. How does that make him racist? Like, I'm Latino. Like, if somebody says, hey, Mexicans like beans, that's a stereotype. That doesn't mean, that's not a racist comment. If I say, you know, black people like chicken, that's not racist. I don't think it's racist. It's a statement, dude. I mean, if you don't like chicken, dude, there's something wrong with you. I like fried chicken too, right? I like beans. I was raised on beans and green chili. If you don't like beans and green chili, I think you're weird. But it's not racist to say that Mexicans like beans and green chili, right? It's not racist to say that black people like grape soda. That's one of my favorite drinks, dude. I love grape soda and orange soda. Those are my two favorites. And Dr. Pepper. But he'll say, hey, you know, these people that are coming over here illegally, they're the R word or they're SAs. Have you done the research? 90% of the women that cross the border illegally get SA'd. It's a fact. It's a verifiable fact. Doesn't mean he's racist because he's saying facts. Again, just to be clear, because I really am not a fan of Trump, dude. I'm not. I don't like the guy, but again, I'm not going to deny the facts. Okay, he's not racist, and he's not part of, you know, the Illuminati. He's not part of the Bilderberg Group. He's not in there in those meetings that they have, saying, okay, Hillary, you're the next president. Obama, you're next. Hillary, you're gonna have to wait. You're after Obama. That's what they do. They're selecting the president. That's what they do in those meetings. What's up, King Chow Chow? Yeah, I think that he kind of has to be diplomatic about that kind of stuff too, though, because you can't just go against everything because that he believes in, because then all of a sudden people won't vote for you. And the only reason I think that Trump didn't get elected the second time was because of that virus. I think that people thought that he wasn't going to be good enough for that. People were so scared of it. And I had people in my own comments, oh, wear a mask. 'Cause I did some videos about masks and stuff, stupidest mask stuff. Oh, you should just wear a mask and you're putting people in danger, right? Like everyone was just so scared. There's a thing about that virus too, is that I don't even know if I should be talking about this, but I'll briefly say a couple things about it. it unalived more people than the flu did, but in reality, it unalived about the exact same amount of people that the flu does every single year. Because in the United States, if you died from HPV, or you died from a car accident, or you died from whatever, if you had that virus, they would just say you died from the virus. That would go in the C word death count. You didn't die from it, you died with it. But they would manipulate the numbers. So it looks like, oh man, it unalived so many more people than the flu did, but it didn't really. And I've had it twice. And it is worse than the flu. The first time I had it was the worst time. The second time wasn't as bad. But it unalives people, the same demographic of people that the flu unalives. Older people with pre-existing health conditions. You know, even if you're 65 years old and you're in relatively good health, you're not going to get unalived from it, dude. You're not. The chances are so low. It's people that are, 80 years old. They got type 2 diabetes. You're obesely overweight, stuff like that. Those are the people that are going to get unalived. Same people that the flu unalives is the same people that virus unalives. I'll just leave it at that. So that's why I think he did that, is because he was trying to be diplomatic about the whole thing. I mean, I have to be diplomatic about stuff too, because I want to have an impact on the things that I'm trying to have an impact on. But, some people, if I want to be 100% the way I really feel, I'm going to lose people that aren't going to, oh, he believes this. I'm not going to believe him now. I'm not going to support him. So I have a smaller impact. I have a specific goal to reach. So I have to be diplomatic about things. And you guys have seen evidence of me being diplomatic on my channel recently about stuff. Because sometimes the fight just isn't for me. It's not my thing. Not that I don't support people that are doing that, but I'm not willing to take that on. It's too much for me. I vote, man. I actually voted in Jefferson County Jail. I voted for the president, and I voted for a couple things. I voted no on giving the Colorado police, it was like so many $1 million for like extra training and extra stuff that they need. I was like, hell no. I voted no on that. If I don't know stuff though, I won't vote for it. And usually I have a decent idea of the president that I'm voting for, because I always vote Libertarian though. I voted last time for Joe Jorgensen, time before that for Gary Johnson, the time before that for Adam Kokesh. But this time I voted for the Libertarian candidate. I hadn't have a clue. I'm so busy now. I don't have time to not up on politics whatsoever. I'm only on my specific activism. I don't have a clue, but I knew the Libertarian candidate wasn't going to win anyways, but I'm just going to vote Libertarian. Because I can't justify voting for Trump, even though I do believe then I'm voting for the best of two evils at that point. But voting for the best of two evils means that you're voting for evil. And so morally, I can't do that. Right. And a lot of people are doing the same thing too. They're like, oh, well, he's the best of two evils, Well, if all these people that thought that they were just voting for the best of two evils because voting for the Libertarian candidate is a wasted vote, if you all just voted the way that you wanted to vote in the first place, it would be a force to be reckoned with. It wouldn't just be a wasted vote. It'd be less of a wasted vote, at least. But you have to get past that mark, right? Where it's not a wasted vote anymore. It's like people saying, oh, I can't work any overtime because then I'll lose my Medicaid. It's the same mindset. Oh, so you just want to stay down your whole life so that you can just keep your Medicaid. Yeah, you make too much money and then you don't get Medicaid anymore. And, you're actually worse off. That's true. But you keep going, you keep progressing, right? You always try to surpass your previous best. And then you get to the point now, after 5 more years, where you struggled harder, but now you're in a position where you don't need Medicaid and now you have health insurance and you're better off. Or because the 5 years is going to go by no matter what. Time just keeps going. It doesn't stop. So in 5 years from now, you could still be, making low wages and be on Medicaid, or you can struggle for the 5 years and you can be off Medicaid. And then everything above that is just more, right? I mean, you're going to live longer than 5 years. You struggle for 5 years and then you live 50 years in abundance, or you just say, no, I can't make too much money. I'll lose my Medicaid. And you just stay in poverty your whole life. That's kind of the way I look at the libertarian stuff. People that have, libertarian ideas, but they don't want to waste their vote. It's the same mindset, dude. Like, wake up, man. Stop being a sheep. Think for yourself. Come on. Don't be brainwashed, guys. Thanks, Brandon. All right, Dubs. Thanks for coming in, big dog. Peace. Yep, exactly right, which is why I'm being very careful on the words that I'm saying on here. So you got to follow the rules. Remember, I say, guys, policies are for the employees. I'm an employee, right? I'm an independent contractor with Google, so I have to follow their policies. And even when I follow their policies, I still get punished because they don't like me. So I make a video that literally follows their guidelines. I put a disclaimer up and everything. And there's dozens of videos that are identical to mine on YouTube with the exact same stuff, but somehow I violated the policy and I get shadow banned. Yeah, but he would have done all this great stuff for the country, bro, but then he got high. So I don't think it would have been a good vote, man, because he would have just got high then. You know what I mean? I mean, you can say you're going to do a lot of good stuff, but then you just get high and then you don't do it. You know what I mean? So. What time is it where you guys are? It's 2:19 in Denver. There's Mountain. What the heck is the time? You're 1 hour behind me, so. Really more clues onto where you live. Like California on the West Coast, 2 hours behind. It's 8:19 p.m. there, dude. Holy cow, man, that's crazy, dude. You're like the opposite of us. 3:20. Late for you, dog. Got all the night owls up in here. When I first saw this, I didn't know what it was. I thought it was just a German flag thing. I was like, what is this, dude? And you have to look at it like carefully to like realize what it is. This is DirectD's mug. He gave it to me. Pacific, that's what it is. Pacific time. Washington State. .420 in VA. It's VA. I'm trying to think what VA is. You're on the east. Started partying last night when you got off probation. Right on, dude. I mean, like probation for me is not really going to have much effect on me because, like, the only thing that I have to do is I have to take. I think I have to take 10 UAs within 2 years. I already took one, but like I don't. Oh, Virginia. Okay, yeah, that's right, Virginia. I don't really like. I don't smoke weed. Like I would occasionally smoke weed, but it's not like a really big deal for me. And I don't do drugs, so it's like not really like an issue for me. If anything, like drinking, but I kind of looked at it as like all right, cool. It'll like keep me from drinking now. You know what I mean? Like a good thing. Cause like when I first started the DMA channel, I actually like didn't drink it like hardly ever at all. And I was like more productive. You know what I mean? So it's actually like a good thing. Sometimes you need a little bit of structure. And sometimes I excel when I'm structured too. So just kind of like got to look at the positive of everything. You know what I mean? Be an optimist instead of a pessimist. Everything is for a reason, right? Like your soul knows what it's doing, right? And God doesn't make mistakes. Like I don't think God makes mistakes. Do you? So everything is divinely orchestrated. So your soul, which is your higher self, knows what it's doing. You just have to trust the process. And everything that happens is for a reason. You want to know what the purpose of life is? There's the physical 3D reality purpose of life, and then there's the spiritual purpose of life. The 3D purpose of life is to survive and replicate. That's it. The spiritual reason is to learn lessons, essentially. I mean, the main lesson is to learn how to create, right? And this is not magic, right? This is actually, this is science. And like I said, scientists now are saying like, yeah, the law of attraction, the laws of the universe, law of attraction is just like the law of gravity. It's a law. It's the way the universe operates. It's no longer just magic, right? So if you go back until, the founding of this country with a cell phone, people are going to be like, oh, look, it's magic, right? But then if Benjamin Franklin saw the cell phone, he's not going to say this is magic. He's going to say, guys, this isn't magic. This is just some type of technology that we're not aware of. Benjamin Franklin, one of the founders of this country, also a scientist, right? So this stuff that people think is, far-fetched or whatever, it's just magic is just science undiscovered, right? So I don't remember where I was going with that. I kind of got off track, but I had a point that I was making to this thing that I was going to say. Oh yeah, the purpose of life. So one of the main purposes is to learn how to create, but it's to learn lessons. So if you are going through something that's tough and you go into victim mode, which I mean, I do too, because I'm a human being. We all do it, but I try not to. I try to be conscious of that, because if you go through something and it's a struggle and then you just are poor me, well, then that means that you went through that entire ordeal in vain. If you go through something tough and you say, oh, I didn't learn anything from it, it was just a bad experience. Well, they didn't learn anything from it, right? Like the only time you grow is when you're uncomfortable, right? Like when a crab grows and it's uncomfortable in its shell. So it has to shed its shell and go find a new one, right? If it never got uncomfortable, it would never shed its shell and grow, right? That's where all the growth happens, and the uncomfortableness. This 3D reality we live in, dude, Earth, it's like a terrible, hard planet to live on, man. It's not easy. It's one of the worst ones. You could incarnate on so many different planets, so many different dimensions that are way easier than Earth. Earth is one of the hardest ones. But people come here because they want to just get rid of their karma all at once. You know what I mean? They just want to learn everything all at once. And you can go to these other dimensions and planets where it's much easier. It's less dense than Earth. But like the growth is so much slower there because, again, the growth happens when you're uncomfortable. There's a lot of uncomfortableness here on Earth. So learn the lesson. because the blessing always comes after the lesson is learned, right? So don't just go through something that sucks and in vain and be like, oh, I didn't learn anything from that. It was just a terrible situation. It sucks. Poor me. You know what I mean? So Jesse Lee Peterson, that sounds familiar. Yeah, dude, mine's unsupervised too. Like I asked my probation officer, I had to go meet her one time, and she was like, then anytime I see her from now on is going to be when she just shows up here, she said. Or just randomly show up here, and that's my meeting. I don't have to like go meet her once a month, check in, all that. No. And I already paid off my fine, so I don't have to like, they don't have to get my pay stubs, or I don't have to get a real job. You know, like the only thing when the judge ordered me, like that troll that was in here said, did you get a real job yet? The only reason the judge said that I have to get a job, he didn't say real job. He said I have to be employed and work at least 30 hours a week, is because I have to pay off my fine. But I paid off my fine. I could literally just not work if I want to. I don't have to have a job. There's no stipulation saying I have to work. I could just not work because my fine's paid off. I mean, I wouldn't be able to survive. I mean, I still got other bills to pay, but I don't have to have a job right now. Like legally, I don't have to have a job. That's why you can't listen to the troll channels or anything the trolls say, because they're wrong. And again, like, you know, when I come out with my video saying that I don't have to stop cop watching and I don't have to stop auditing, of course they don't publish that video, right? Like when I was right at the DMV, when they called the police on me and they called me a chomo and all that stuff, and I had that interview with Rob Baker, the director of the DMV. Do you think the troll channels like dared to publish that video? No, this doesn't fit their narrative, right? Oh, look, a public official went on and apologized to DMA and did an interview and said, no, you have the right to record in here. Of course they don't publish that video. That's why you don't believe anything that they say. They just cherry pick stuff and try to manipulate their viewers. Jesse Lee Peterson sounds familiar though. Probably going to end this getting pretty soon. Getting a little past my bedtime here. This is a pretty good stream. It's gone already 4.5 hours. I didn't know if I was going to keep it going because I started it and it was like 0 people for like 3-4 minutes. And then I ended up with like 2 or 3. Brandon Mitchell's been here the whole time. Dub Wubs, and then I had Aussie was in here too from the beginning, and then people started coming in, so I was pleased with that. This is the first one that I've ever done on this channel. I think I could probably do, I could even do these live streams not on the shorts feed like this one, the wide one, ankle ones. Because like I wanted to do it on the shorts feed so I get other people in here, but hardly anyone's come in from, I've had a couple people, but hardly anyone's coming in from the shorts feed anyways. I think that if your channel's small like this one, then they don't really put you in the shorts feed very much. Not as much, at least, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, man. I enjoy having you, bro. Enjoyed watching your video too. Subscribe to my friend Brandon Mitchell, guys, if you're not subscribed. One of the OGs here in the 1A community, man. All right, guys, we're gonna get out of here, man. Thanks everyone for coming in, guys. I appreciate you. Subscribe to the Christopher Cordova channel. This one. All right, peace.